Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, March the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me. See my screen? Thank you, guys. Yeah, green. Can't get Discord working today. Don't know why. So I'll try to figure it out after the market closes. It won't load for me. So sorry about that. So, guys, first of all, shop is the trade of the week, and it is considered live at 43.50. So it's a little bit above that. This is pre-market, of course. So how you trade it will be up to you, of course. I'm not saying take it at all, but you get the email, you see what it's laid out or how it's laid out. I think he says the stop is at 40 and with a potential target of 60. But anyway, it is live right now if you consider the pre-market. Now, let's take a look at other things that are happening. I've got something going on with my IB headline news also. I cannot get the headlines. Well, I get the headlines, but I can't, when I click on it, it says displaying no data. So for instance, yeah, no data to display. I do see the headline though. So UNCY, they secured a $130 million financing. So that is UNCY. CTIC is an earnings play. CTIC is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings in a big way. It's okay. It's not as big as I thought. Down 7%. Big gap down though. Look at this daily chart, wiping all this out. Laser guys. This is the one headline I was able to see. LAZR. And for some reason, I can get this one. Anyway, JP Morgan maintained coverage with an overweight and a target of 20 for LAZR. It's going to make Andy at Trade Ideas very happy. I know he's swinging this one. BBIO, big gap up, positive phase two results. They got up to $23, pulled back quite a bit though. Yeah, still not loading most of my data. Anybody? Yeah, I can't get the Discord feed going, guys, for some reason. This is what happens. Oh, you can't see. I can't even move it over. I just get a blank screen. I don't know what's going on. I just, I don't have the time to try to figure it out right now. Sorry. I haven't changed anything, and I've been loading it like that for, well, however long I've had it up and running with no issue whatsoever. So I really don't know what's going on. Okay, ALBT. Let's see, to participate in the 35th annual Roth conference. So I guess that's the only news I can see for ALBT. Huge pop, guys, 35%, 3.2 million in the float. A lot of volume already. It's hard to believe that's the only reason, but oh, there we go. Well, maybe we're back, but that's all I see is a headline. Kala. I know Wainwright has put a $20 target on them. Let's take a look at Kala right now. Excuse me, KALA. That's a nice gap, guys. That's pretty obvious. Look at this gap up here. So it's through the 200-day moving average. Great volume, low float. Look at this. It's going to trade the float easily today. And let's see if this loads. There we go. Okay, maybe I'm back. So coverage, Wainwright maintained coverage with a buy-in target of 20. Wonder if Pepe's in the room. TCRR? TCRR, let's see, Craters. Okay, so this is an acquisition. I guess this is an acquisition by TPRN. Let me make sure, let's see if that makes sense. TPRN, is that actually a symbol? No, no, that's something else. ADAP. Here we go. So it's ADAP. So ADAP must be down. Yeah, okay, so small one down. They have, so they did the acquisition of that TCRR. Well, you know what? You know what I'm going to tell you, Pepe. You are a genius. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Download 936, upload 927. Remember, 1,000 is, look at that. And you know why. Unbelievable. Thanks so much. That's absolutely incredible. So I better give you my mailing address so you can mail me your bill. Truly unbelievable. Sienna, guys, Sienna. CIEN is an earnings play, and nice gap up for it. Yeah, look at this. Look at this daily chart. Took all this out, wiped all this out. What was changed? Are you talking about why I got my upload speed back from back up to 900 from two? He told me to go and buy a USB to Ethernet adapter, and I went to Best Buy, bought it, plugged it in, and when you do a speed test, usually the upload is, or sorry, the download is the first thing you see. So I said, oh yeah, okay, the download's fine. I And then all of a sudden the upload and boom, as good or better than the download. Just unbelievable, just with that adapter. Let's see, Seco, CECO. This is an all-time high too, guys. CECO. Cheap though. I'm wondering if something happened here because it's pretty cheap for a company to be an all-time high. CECO, and it's an earnings play. CECO is an earnings play, not much volume, but it is an all-time high right now according to our data. ACRS fails mid-stage. So let's take a look at ACRS. ACRS, yeah, down 38%. So where's William? Maybe find out what this is really worth right now. Okay, so at least my headlines are back. Did not meet the main goal of a phase 2A trial. So not quite an all-time low yet. If anybody can fix Discord, he could probably, but yeah, I just don't, and to be honest, we only get about 10 people in there. So it's, I'll look at it after hours to see what's going on, but I don't even know if I'm not going to know how to do anything with it. I'm almost going to guarantee Tank that's going to fix it. It's going to fix it. I am a believer. I spent a little bit more on mine now. I know you said about $17. That was US. Yeah, I went to Amazon. went to Best Buy. They had one, but it was supposed to be the top one for about 38 Canadian. So, but you can get them for in the States, you can get them for anywhere from 17 to 40, really. I think that's what it was, Hank. USB 3.0 to Ethernet adapter. All right, guys, let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? What's happening with GOL? It won't load, Pepe. It just won't load. Press, I can just get a blank screen, a blank black screen. I can't even display it. Can't bring it over. But it's just a blank black screen. Okay, guys, let's take a look at anything else hanging. Finger. If I remember this one, remember when this one was going absolutely crazy? Remember these 2 weeks for FNGR? Started at 55 cents, and within 2 weeks, it got up to a 9.45. Even the following week, it got up to almost 10. Cratered after that, but I don't know, making some kind of a comeback today. Little one, but it's been just, ever since that, ever since those 2 weeks, it has just really fallen. Yeah, so Pepe, all I'm doing right now is I have not, I guess I know what you're talking about, killing it. I'm just clicking on the little icon in the taskbar. In fact, what happens if I do it here now? Yeah, and so obviously there's a way to get back in, but that's all I've been doing. So I don't even know how to kill it completely and then reload it. I've been just doing it the same way for months now. So I'm just gonna have, I mean, again, we only have about 10 people. Mm, all right, I'll try it. It's for fun. Oops. The thing that's happening is that on my this you see how this is it's just it's hard to even zero in on it because I don't know why, but this list keeps jumping around. Anyway, I think I did it. I don't see it anymore. You give me a moment here. Okay, I think I killed it. Let's see. So this is what I'm getting. That's what started, and that's when I knew there was something wrong. because normally it loads, just like that. So that's what I was getting. So guys, yes, you're right. Thank you, Pepe. It never used to do that though. It never used to jump around like that. Yeah, so I'm just going to have to figure out what's happening later. All right, guys, what time is it? Wow, 9:15 already. Let's take a look at the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. See what we have here. Okay, we've got more upgrades and downgrades, but not a big list for either. Actually, a lot of Y stocks. Yeah, a lot of stocks ending in the letter Y. So I'm just gonna forget about them. Okay, so I got the downgrades in. Now I got the upgrades in. Now I'll put the downgrades in if there's anything interesting. Wedbush downgrading SI and Bird. Let's take a look at Bird. I haven't seen Bird for a while. Bird is the word. BIRD. Wedbush downgrading Bird for some reason. Allbird stock slips as Wedbush steps to the sidelines. So I see what happened. Okay, so maybe kind of they were all over it earlier, but now they've shifted to neutral. Okay, Pepe, I will try that. They probably, if I looked at it, they probably downgraded it to like to one or some crazy thing. You know what they're like. When they put a target of 10 cents for Bed Bath and Beyond. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. So we had this big run in the SMI from what time? From 8 o'clock to 9:15. We had a nice big run here, or sorry, 8 o'clock to 8:30. We had a nice big run. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. So I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, click on Docked Channel Bar, and then click on Show More, and then click on Sector Status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in red, what that means is 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. So I guess energy, the price of oil must be a little bit weaker today. So when you look at the rest of the sectors, is there a big one? Well, I should have mentioned, by the way, Meta. Yeah, Meta and Apple are just for those two stocks. Or take a look at them, by the way. XLK and communication. Look at communication. 100% of the stocks are up from Friday's close. Materials, yeah, 50-50. So let's take a look at Meta and Apple. Yeah, I mean, this is a big that's a big pretty big move, for a stock with 2 billion in the float. This is what I was trying to read. MetaQuest Pro. And then there's Apple, AAPL, obviously, AAPL. Apple's up about the same amount in terms of a percent. So that is definitely lifting the technology sector. So as always, let's take a look. Where are they now? With the market having a nice, great day on Friday, I know that energy is going to be, of course, above the 200-day moving average and starting to move away again. You can see the green line on the daily chart. So you can start to see that it is starting to move away from that 200-day moving average. But consumer staples and healthcare were the two weak ones. Yeah, still below the 200-day moving average, and that is consumer staples. Take a look at retail XRT. Another, because of Friday's action, starting to move away from the 200-day moving average as it was starting to fall towards it. Healthcare, that was the other one that was below the 200-day moving average. XLV is trying to come back to it, but it's still below the 200-day. So those are two major sectors below the 200-day. That's consumer staples and healthcare. Take a look at industrials, XLI, be well above. Yeah, I can't even see it. Let me back this out a bit. There we go. Yeah, so again, moving away from the 200-day moving average, that green line. Financials, XLF, definitely above it. How far? Yeah, another one moving away from the 200-day moving average. This was the other one that was consumer discretionary. That was sort of sitting right on it. Yeah, so this is okay. So that's consumer staples, consumer discretionary, still underneath but trying to come. Be interesting day today. Okay, see if it pops through it. XLB materials was weak in the pre-market. Let's take a look at where it is. But yeah, moving away from the 200-day moving average. And then we've got communications, XLC. So it broke through the 200-day moving average. That was on Thursday, Friday continuation, and having a nice day today so far. And then tech, XLK. Yeah, I mean, again, moving away from that 200-day moving average. So we've got the three sectors, consumer staples, consumer discretionary, and healthcare. Those are the three are below. Let's take a look at healthcare again, XLV. Yeah, for the longest time, it was just kind of hovering above the 200-day moving average, and then once it broke down, it really started to fall. But a couple of good days, and maybe today it'll challenge it again. And again, why do I dwell on the 200-day? It's the technical indicator that is most widely looked at, in my opinion, anyway. So, to make it really, really simple, above the 200-day, good. Below the 200-day, bad. Okay, to make it really simple. And that includes stocks too. DXCM, if I saw DXCM, yeah, I don't see any news. I'm just looking at my headlines here. I don't see any news today. Today's the 6th. Yeah, I don't see anything regarding DXCM, but Abbott, Abbott had some news. So are you suggesting that DXCM has a competitive drug? Is that what you're thinking? All right, ASRT on the move here. Well, I don't know who this guy is, Dr. Howard Franklin. Oops, I get yeah, no data display. Sort of this is hit or miss right now. There we go. So I don't know who this guy is, but it's helped the stock today anyway, ASRT. So we're in for a modest positive open. We had just a great day on Friday. So this Cala, boy, Cala is really, I mean, look at the gap. I mean, this is an amazing gap. Now, if it can take out, we're at 21.23, the next high looking left is 21.40. All right, 21.40. Yes, 21.40 is the next high looking left. So if somehow, if it gets through 21.40, I mean, it's almost there, the 40 cents to go or less. Then the next high looking left is 23.31. So there is still room for this one. This is, shoot, it's not shortable for me in Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so this is Wainwright with a, well, you're a little late, guys, $20, $20 price target. So target achieved. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, I think I read that, JK. At least I saw a 200 target, but it's a dollar between trends. But yeah, Apple. Yeah, what's going on? I don't know. Is this just affecting Canadians? This happens every now and then. This is the only thing at Interactive Brokers that happens every now and then. My news, and usually it only seem to affect Canadians for some reason. See, the headline is why Apple stock is rising today and could be headed to 200. But when I click on the actual headline, I cannot get the data. Anyway, you're having the same issue, Dwayne? I saw, was it 7-0? JK, was it 7-0? Okay, so you're Dwayne, I can't remember. Are you in Canada or are you in the States? And guys, we're getting set for this open in about, thank you, William, in about 40 seconds. Now that I saw 7-0 for, I mean, that's just as anybody who follows soccer, I don't follow it religiously, but I mean, that is an astonishing score. Oh yeah, I mean, UNCY is obviously, well, there's a lot of abnormal activity, no question. Um, New dialysis drug find. See, yeah, just cannot. I think they received $130 million. So again, Dwayne, are you in Canada or the States? All right, guys, here we go. Market is open. Let's have a great trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Market's in for, yeah, just a modest open. SPY's up a little, Dow's up a little, NAS is up a little. You're Montreal, okay, Montreal. Okay, well, I don't know if it's affecting people in the United States. I don't know. Azul, guys, is a earnings play. AZUL. Azul is an earnings play. Got some room. Actually, it's not a big float. 93 million in the flood. I did see this. I just didn't think it'd be that dynamic. But the next high looking left for Azul is 551. If it can take out 551, then 615. ENTX, a cheap one, guys. Now this I did see this one in the pre-market, but it really starting to drift down. 22 million in the float. Now this is ENTX. Had a big pop after hours on Friday. Snap, guys. SNAP. Snap is having a bit of a pop here, getting right into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 1137, so it's getting right into that 200-day moving average. If it can somehow take that out, the next high is 1229, so it's got room if it can take out that 200-day moving average. I'm talking about Snap, SNAP. Well, if I could read German, maybe I could tell, but I think that's German. But something's, I mean, it's a big run here. I mean, I've got a headline here that says TikTok does a better job than Snapchat in kicking out underage, but Snap contests the statistics. ESPR, guys, ESPR. Did see this in the pre-market. This is, I couldn't read. Trading lower after the company published new data on its treatment to reduce cardiovascular risk. So that was the reason for it down. Again, I couldn't see the headline. Hertz, HTZ, guys, Hertz. Not an earnings play, I don't think. Yeah, through 20 now. The next high looking left for Hertz is, well, it's 1985. So that's taking care of that. It looks like 2034, 2034 on the weekly. I mean, if it gets through 20, if Hertz can get through 2034, and that's on the weekly chart, the next high on the weekly is 22. So there is some room. ACRS, guys, ACRS. This is just showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. And it's on an all-time low, though. So that's why I will not take it right now. But I'll definitely keep an eye on it. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. So if it had been an all-time, if it had been an all-time low, possibility I would have taken it. So with the ACRS, I have to back this weekly chart out quite a bit. Looks like the next low is 565 on the weekly chart for ACRS. So it has room. I just wish my ideal situation would be for it to just sit over 7 for a bit and then break down through 7 at about 9:45, and then I'll take it. Well, this Azul guys is definitely having a great day after, being thumped for a couple of weeks, 3 weeks. Earnings play, AZUL, $6.14 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So ARDX having a great, this is a second day continuation off earnings, really. At earnings, earnings reaction was on the 3rd. And so great reaction, ARDX. You can see that green daily candle. And now this is a continuation of earnings. So another Brazilian airliner, along with Azul, is on the move also. It has earnings on the 8th, GOL. Well, AZUL just running away now. It's taken off. VST, it is on the move. VST, didn't see this in the pre-market really. VST, good volume, big float. VST, see if there's any news on this one. Vistra deepens nuclear push with a $3.4 billion deal. Okay, that's my headline. I can't get the data I can't dive into it, but that's the headline. Oh, I see. They're going to buy a company called Energy Harbor for $3 billion in cash. Wow. The market's reacting very well to it. BBIO, guys, this was very active in the pre-market. Got up to $23, pulled back quite a bit. Has news. This is the one, I don't know if I'll get this is, some price target is on them. Lear has put a price target. I can't see I just won't be able to see it. Morning, Jamie, in our YouTube room. So BBIO, boy, I mean, if realistically, I mean, if this takes out 20 again, this could have a run. I mean, it did get up, yes, it got up to 23. That is well, not technically, that is the high in the pre-market. But I think if it can take maybe that high out, the 1999. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert just over $20, well, 1999, and just see if it happens. So let's take a look at PTPI. Also because of volatility, I guess on the way down. Okay, forget about that. Now, VST is coming right into the 200-day moving average, 2360. You look at that green line, you see the price is it's right at it. I mean, to me, this looks like it could stall right there. If not there, 24. I mean, there's the next high looking left. Just looking to see if yeah, lots of shorts available, 14.8 million at Interactive Broker. So there's tons of shorts available. If this If this 200-day moving average stalls at number one, and if it does get through, then will 24 stall it? UNCY halted on the way up. Hmm. I guess what happened is it actually had a pretty big drop and then it just popped up. So UNCY halted on the way up. But look at this, guys. Look at VST now. I mean, through the 200-day moving average, challenging 24. STWD, STWD. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Boy, how strong is this as VST? I mean, 24, if that doesn't stop it, but it's interesting because this is the acquiring company, and this is not the usual reaction. Okay, Vista to create Vista Vision through the acquisition of Energy Harbor. This is not normally what happens. This could be the end of that. Could stall it though. Is now below the 200-day again, just a little bit. So it looks like 24 was a little bit tougher to get through. Now it's at the 200-day area again, and this is VST. You know what's trying to giving up is late Lazar, Luminar, LAZR. JP Morgan put a $20 price target on them. Snap continues to make new highs here, guys. Snap through the 200-day moving average. Next high for Snap is 1179. Well, you know, Azul is an earnings play, and yeah, we're not in earnings season anymore, really. I mean, we've got a few companies releasing. Obviously, Azul is one of them, and actually, that sometimes that's not bad because what happens is you get with fewer earnings plays, and there are people out there that just like to look at earnings plays. With fewer of them, they'll pile into a few of them, if that makes sense. There's not as many to spread the money around. I think this week, I think there's still about 200 companies releasing earnings. Well, after being beaten up for 3 weeks, what a pop on earnings for Azul, AZUL. And they don't care. Receives a sell from Morgan Stanley. I had no idea. Azul actually was an earnings, well, not an earnings play, but an AI alert also. Just a big, big move. I mean, it's not a crazy high float or anything like that. I thought it was a lot more, 93 million, not low, of course, but just absolutely crushing it right now. AZUL. Next high looking left is 640, I believe. Interesting. No shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Remember the Stag W from Thursday and Friday? At it again, at it again. It was an earnings play on Thursday at an, but it's sold off. It's maybe hard to see on my daily chart, but there's a big topping tail on Thursday, so it's sold off. Friday did the same thing, was continuation, big topping tail, but sold off. Now it's above the Friday high of 833, and I think, yeah, I mean, I think the next high is 892. So there's a little bit of room still for STGW, a little bit of room to the next high. Okay, UNSI obviously came out of its halt, and the resumption. So what did it get halted at? It got halted at 148. So it's sitting right there now. Yeah, Asul, I mean, I'm stunned by this move. I mean, I've seen Asul before, but I've never seen it trade quite like this. I mean, I'm just looking at some of the daily candles. I mean, that wasn't a bad one here in January, but this is a big, big daily candle so far. Let's see if it can hold its gains. Now, the other one, sympathy play. This will be a sympathy play, guys. GOL is a sympathy play. Now, the Brazilian, well, in the industry, Brazilian airline industry. What do they do exactly? Provision of air transportation for, okay, so I mean, it's in the sector, Brazilian airline sector, and it doesn't have earnings until the 8th, unless they pre-released. Doesn't look like they did. Asul also jumps 19% after agreement with lessors. Reached an agreement with lessors holding about 80% of the company's debt. So it's an earnings play, but I guess that's probably the bigger news, because when you look at the so they announced a deal to reduce the immediate cash it must expend for leased property, but also, so because if you look at, it's not like they had stellar earnings. They posted a deeper Q4 net loss, but sees bluer skies ahead. So it's not like their earnings release was anything fantastic. It must be all about this debt. Rewalk, haven't seen that for a long time. Yeah. Well, good luck, Captain. DM, catching up with some of the YouTube posts. Desktop Metal. Yeah, I mean, it's another earnings continuation play. This is reaction. So 2 days, that's Thursday and Friday. And then you can see exactly what happened. It got above the 200-day moving average on Friday and closed at it. Now it's a little bit above it. My issue would be, can it get through 250? I'm looking over here. Can it get through 250? I feel foolish about not taking a Sewell. I mean, this is just A rocket ship now, seriously. But it was just a little bit early for me, but there it showed up at the 10-day daily breakout, 556, almost a dollar move now. Hertz, let's take a look at Hertz. It maintained 20. So this is getting interesting then for me anyway. We're 15 minutes in. And the BBIO 1839. I have an alert set around 20. VST 2324. Yeah, this is again interesting because it is the acquiring company. That's not normally what happens. Look at Azul. So if you're unfamiliar with what you're seeing here, this is the don't repeat version of what you see on the left-hand side. So you can see Azul making new high after new high. Every time it does, I get a real-time alert. This tells me the first time we had the alert. So at 9:32, at 5:56, tells me the first time we had the alert, and I can look over here and say, well, what did it do from there? Well, obviously, unbelievably well. And then we'll look at ACRS. So this is interesting to me. I mean, the alert was at 718. I was looking for maybe a break of 7. It got down to 693. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just stick a price alert around 685 and see if it takes it out later. Well, even Vistra, boy. Okay, tomorrow I take them all. I don't care what time. And of course, I am sharing these scans. I am sharing the scans. Boy, look at this thing go. I mean, that 200-day moving average did not stall it at all. Neither really did 24. I'm talking about the VST. All right, Hertz is really interesting. Hertz 2034 is the next high looking left. HTZ, this is what, the earnings play. Got an earnings play. Ah, okay, there we go. So they are going to be what a recovery for Hertz from basically chapter 11 to the pinks or OTC or one of those lower exchanges, back getting back onto Nasdaq. And now, not only that, going to be added to the S&P Mid Cap 400 effective March the 20th. So that is the reason for Hertz's pop today. So next high again for Hertz is 2034 on the daily chart. And then 22 on the weekly, $22 on the weekly chart. BFRG, guys. I happen to have this thumbnail. Let's see. This was an AI headline on Friday, I believe. Yeah, well, there we go. Bullfrog AI. So having a little bit of a pop. All right, guys. Was able to get some of the ACRS. Waited for that nine break, the seven break. Was able to get some of the ACRS. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown. I'm not in at 718. I waited for the seven break. Let's see if it has any sort of move down now. Basically, where it's right where I shorted it. So let's see what happens. 690 is where I shorted it. Let's see if I can, without looking at the gap, let me see what I can do with AZUL with reels. So 148, let's make that, let's make that 150. So that's 50 cents. A third is 50 cents. So let's take a look at the high there. So that would be down to 608. I know I'm not taking into account the gap. I know I'm not, but let's just see if that makes any sense at all. So far, okay, knocked me out of the ACRS, or did it? Wait a minute. I'm going to give it another couple of pennies. Give me a moment, guys. I just have to keep watching the ACRS as it toys with 7. Another one that on the way down here. So this was an all-time high at one point, CECO. Look at this. This is an earnings play, CECO. Wow. Cool rocket ships, guys. VST and Azul is pulled back, but VST is just, there's no stopping it. All right, guys, I've taken myself out of the ACRS trade. Little loss on that one. We'll look at it later to see if it takes out that low again. So that's ACRS. Looking at that low down here, 676. Now look what it's doing. It's okay. I'm just going to keep an eye on it though. What a rocket ship, VST. So the next high looking left is way up here at 25. At some point, I mean, it's got to turn into a short, right? 24.85. The next high is 25. You miserable. Okay, guys. Well, ACRS getting interesting for me again. Meanwhile, ESPR just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, the problem I've got is the bot is way down here, 414 or so, 415 or so were the lows in the pre-market. Through the 200, through the VWAP. So it's through the VWAP. The VWAP ESPR is 5. All right, so CTIC is an earnings play, and it is starting to drift down now. $5 down through $5. Earnings play CTIC. The next low looking left looks around 587, 487, and then after that 469. So it may not have enough room to really, really continue down. Give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. Hmm. How long have I been muted? I don't remember why I put myself on mute even. Okay. ACRS, did I tell you I got in at 685? I was just saying how this is a classic example of I got stopped out the first time I got into the trade. Hopefully, I wasn't on mute when I said I was interested getting back in at 685. Hopefully, I was not on mute then. And I was ticked off because I had missed the ALBT pop. But now you know what? This is turning out to be way better. ALBT was probably on a percentage basis very quickly, was awesome, from 320 to 380. But this one now is just turning into, for me, just a great trade now. ACRS. Yeah, look at this move, guys. ACRS again. If you take them early, okay, but 718 now to 621. I would never take it that early, but if a little less conservative than I am, that's a dollar move on a $7, $7 stock, which is obviously a great percentage return. Okay, I've just covered some as it gets closer to that six. I've just covered some now and 630 level. Thoughts on SI? Well, other than the fact that everybody seems to be fleeing the company. That's the thing. In the news, obviously, so I really can't add any more thoughts to it than that. Whoa! Yes, sorry, guys. That was for my wife's company. Hmm. Jack, I'm going to send you a private message so I can get your email, okay? Can you hear me? Just give me a moment, okay? I'm going to send you a private message so I can get your email and okay, so I just put it, all I want is your email address, okay? And I'll ask the guys, hey, take a look, what's going on? By the way, as I say the word guy, okay, let me give you that email and I will go into our support area. And just give me one moment. I've just got to get that. Okay. So let me, there are people in there that I see in accounting, so let's see what happens, okay? I do apologize. I don't know why it happens, but there might be a there might be a reason, but I don't know what it is. So anyway, they're looking at it. I can see they're responding, trying to respond to my. Okay, go here. They're saying they don't see anybody in chat. So let me give you the home page again. So this is for Jag. Okay, Jag. If you click on the, they asked about being professional or not. Okay, well, again, maybe start the whole thing again. If you're, obviously if you're professional, we have to notify the exchanges. You have to pay the exchange fees. But click on the questions and answers and do the ask and with your email. Okay. Yeah, they're saying exchange agreements, something to do with exchange agreements. So that's about all I can help you with. Okay. So I am going to ask a bit of a crazy question here. As ACRS takes out six, wow, look at this, takes out six. I already took some off at 6:30. I'm going to ask a bit of a crazy question. I was reading over the weekend that you guys is not. I'm not supposed to say that anymore. So I'm going to ask the women if there are women. I know there are some women in this room. I asked this question a while ago, several years ago. Does it offend anybody, like the women, if I say you guys? And I had a resounding no, it's okay. But I'm trying to be politically correct here. I understand guys is male, but I mean in the terms you guys, because I've heard women at in movies saying, "What are you guys doing this weekend?" So it's easier for me to say you guys, I guess. I could say you people, I suppose. I mean, if it's really offensive to the women here, then I will, make an effort to change. But I was surprised to hear that. Okay, well, okay, thanks. Thanks for the the feedback. Well, guys, I'm just going to bask in the glow of this ACRS short. Let's see if anything else happens here. You are welcome, Chad. Thank you for that compliment in our YouTube room. Okay, now we've got another one on the move here, guys. NXT next tracker, NXT. Woo, all-time high almost. I guess this is a fairly. I'm going to call this an IPO back here. I mean, that's when it started trading as NXT. I guess this was an IPO. Could have been a SPAC, though. I look at the price. It's probably was an IPO. The all-time high was on Friday at 34.84, so it's approaching that. Didn't get the link. Okay, there's the homepage link, Jack. See, just posted it right underneath you. Here's the homepage link. So click on it. And when the little balloon pops up, right here, the questions and answers, click on the questions and answers, and then click on ask. And I think it's something to do with you haven't filled out there. I mean, I can see people in there right now. So it's something to do with your exchange agreements. Wow, look at BBAI. So AI is what is AI doing? I know William took it on the bounce, I guess, but I know he's not in it anymore. Probably, right? As usual, thank you, Pepe. If that is the issue, so the AI companies, Big Bear AI, are getting frisky again. Nice. Really? Oh, that's too bad, William. Wow, this is just. What was the news in this one? See, oh, I see. So this is a. I'm not even. Well, I'm going to try to pronounce it. Is it Zun Semetinib? Okay, Zun Semetinib. It must be some kind of a. Oh, look at this, guys. Tell me somebody took it, even if you. What phase 2A negative results for this one, ACRS. And there were tons of shorts available, still 750,000 at Interactive Brokers. All right, let's take a look at other things. I haven't looked at the races at all. I've just been concentrating on the ACRS. And that's it. Two trades today, guys. One for a small loss initially for the ACRS. And then this ACRS is paying me now. The second time I shorted it. So I don't share this scan actually. This is the momentum down scan. I don't actually share this. This is just the flip of the momentum up. When I say share, this momentum up is on my homepage. So all you'd have to do is flip it. If you know how to flip it, when you go to properties, sorry, when you go to configure and flip. So if you want to flip this one, and I'm going to show you where it is, but if you want to flip this one, the first thing you would do is you would want to duplicate it because you probably still want this. So you duplicate it. Okay, so here it is. Whoops. And then you right click, configure, and now what flipping does is it just means you don't have to redo the entire alert. So some things won't be flipped. Obviously, the price between 1 and 100 cannot be flipped, the current volume history. But something like this, the stock was up 2% from previous close. That'll flip to down 2% from the previous close. And instead of a new high, it'll be a new low. So watch what happens when I flip it. You see it turns into new low and down 2%. Okay. And then you give it another name, call it momentum down, and say, okay. Trying to show you how you can do stuff like that. Look at Azul, guys. Azul, Azul, Azul. So real, are you still in the room? So yeah, you're talking about the momentum up, and I showed you how you can just flip it to get the momentum down. Okay, so first of all, let me. So I'm going to go to my home page, and this is where all the I think really good information is. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, so just quickly, so you have to scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. And here are my scans, okay? These are the scans that I am sharing. Click here, and here they are, the 10-day daily breakdown and up where, ACRS showed up. But this is the momentum scan that I was showing you. And all you have to do is load it and then just flip it. Do what I did, just flip it. Like duplicate it first, and then just go to configure and flip, give it another name, momentum down or something, and then you can have them both. Okay? So let me just go over my home page right now. So if you want to get a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off, first month only or the entire year. And I see ACRS just made another new low. I think I hear a grunt. So let's take a look at how much Trade Ideas costs. Excuse me. We have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly premium standard. Okay, so the annual premium is at 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15% discount. Now the big difference is the AI. I mean, the AI. There is an alert for Azul at 569. You can see exactly what's happened. Now on the downside, here's BBIO, but there are only a couple of alerts really, and you have to decide which ones you like. But if you got stopped out of this one, you have a manageable loss. You always obey your stops. This one is absolutely rocketed though. This one, I don't even know what it's doing. Nothing really. But that's what the AI looks like. There's nothing for you to do. Just load the, excuse me, strategy trades all and wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. And no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading. You don't have to have an annual subscription. You can go month to month. That's fine. 118, 228 for the standard and premium, less the 15%. The 15% discount is for the first month only. For the first month only. After that, this is what you'd pay going forward. Now, at any point, if you're in a monthly subscription and you do decide you want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15% discount. Okay, so I would not hop into an annual because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund. You have to really want the program. But you know what? Listen, many of our customers just go month to month all the time. And that's fine. So if you do take out a subscription, please do this. Let's get started first, okay? It's in fact, don't please. It's mandatory. Do your down. It goes over the download and install, your first startup and login, toolbar, and right-click magic, etc. 30 videos, 30 minutes, 10 videos, short videos. That'll get you started. If you are new to trading, this is a great free resource for you, okay? Trading 101. Again, if you're new to trading, I mean, it starts off with what is a stock, okay? Can't get any more basic than that. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So this is not third party. You won't be inundated with third party ads, okay? This is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Which one do I pick? Daily stock of the day video. I do that around noon Eastern time. I'm sorry, about 1:20 Eastern time. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and today's Monday. Let's see how it's doing. Shop. So the trigger was 43.50, so it has triggered, okay? Now how you trade it will be up to you, but it has triggered, and I think Steve said the stop is the whole number of 40, but you can see the room it's got. So how you trade it, it's up to you. These are meant for longer term holds, but again, how and if you trade it is completely up to you. But this is free, and you can sign up for it right here. Education, big education section is here. Nice user guide. Click on that user guide and you will see at the very beginning is that getting started again. Excuse me. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, what a T window is, the top list window, and stock racing. If I click on stock racing, where there are 4 videos explaining it, and also the race startup. This is clickable, the race configuration, right click, etc. So this explains what the idea behind stock racing is all about. Okay. There's a getting started. You can see about many different areas on the getting started. We're trying to hammer the point home. It is a software program. There's a little bit of a learning curve. Daily support. So today is Monday. So I take a break in our YouTube. I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. I'll verify that before I do take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the pro room. So you can head over there before to listen to Chris if you want to, between 12 and 1. And more educational videos regarding trade ideas. And again, I'll go back to probably one of the most popular features on my homepage, my scans that I'm sharing. So again, these are the 2 races that you see. Okay, these 2 races right there. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, giving us awesome alerts. Okay, ideas, your ideas. There's the momentum scan that I was talking about. And I do have some other ones that I'm scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act goes up and down. So if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, I'd appreciate it if you would use my homepage link, and then you can go to this promo code. This is a free room. The room will get credit for the subscription. I will get credit for the subscription. Also, if you save my homepage, then you can take a look at my scans and that big education section anytime you want. Okay. And of course, all day long, you can ask me questions. Do not be shy in asking questions. Just give me 1 minute. Meanwhile, Azul just continues its march. It's all about, well, I mean, it's an earnings play, but earnings were nothing to write home about. It was all about this debt. The debt that has been not forgiven or anything, but I guess renegotiated. Now, Hertz, how did Hertz do? Did Hertz take out 20 in a bigger way? Hertz is still interesting, guys. I mean, here it is on the 20-day daily 20-day daily breakout, 20-day, 10-day daily breakout. 2005 was the alert at 9:33. Hasn't really moved that much. Okay, it is single stock window every now and then. Let me get that. So there's the VWAP 2006. So it's moving now. There's the VWAP, holding the VWAP over 2006, and the next high looking left is 2034. So if it can clear 2034, what did I thought 22 was the next high. Yeah, 2201 on the weekly chart is the next high for Hertz, HTZZ. Okay. So keep an eye on that important level. I'm just going to stick an alert around 2039. And see if it takes out that high right there and then maybe challenges that 22. All right, guys, that is it for me in ACRS. You can see now it's just over 6 now, as it was approaching 6. I got out. All right, so Rum is on the move, guys. Rumble on the move. See if there's opens new headquarters. Okay, that was on Friday. So Rumble on the move. Let's see. 10 looks like pretty tough to get through. RUM, pretty tough to get through. Meanwhile, the cheaper version of Azul is GOL, Brazilian. In the Brazilian airline sector, it's not an earnings play, but it's definitely piggybacking on the success that Azul is having today. Market is nice lift on the market. We have not had a red bar yet on the 15-minute chart for the SPY. So that is out of my area of expertise, Todd. Okay, so what I will do is, again, I'm going to message you. Hopefully you can see the message. You just give me your email, okay? Put test in, you should see test. Just give me your email, and then I'll give them your email and have them look at your account. Okay, there we go. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, so I'm gonna get Todd's message into support. And give me a moment. So many things on the go here. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. Jeez, this copying in this room is not easy. There we go. Okay. So I don't know if real is still in the room, but applying that 1/3 to a SUL would have worked out awesome in terms of a pullback. What real was talking about. Now he does. I'm only using today's range. He said to use the gap also, but he hadn't actually tested it just using today's range. So now today's range is now 196, but before it was 150. And so basically dividing it into thirds and watch for a 50-cent pullback from the high. At that point, that was around $6, a little over $6. And in this particular case, the SOL, that was awesome. I mean, it was 1/3 off the high. Also, it was held the VWAP. If it works for you, great, absolutely. So, it's just a little more of a pain to have to put the gap in here too. I mean, it's not that big a deal, but just needs another custom formula. Don't lose sight of Hertz, guys. HTZ. Don't lose sight of it. I mean, I think if it can take out this that 2034, and it got up there at 2033, that's exactly where it stalled. Okay, within a penny of that high. And then again, look left on the weekly chart, $22. So it would have some room to run. Hey, no problem, Todd. Well, hopefully that helps. Okay, so the same thing, Todd. Please go to our homepage. That's what they suggested you do. So where did you ask that question? Okay, so I put in the trade ideas question. So just put in the homepage link. And again, when you click on the homepage link, when the bubble comes up, just ask the question. Okay, questions and answers, and go ask, give them your email, and explain what you want to do, and they'll help you. Okay. That was directly from them, from accounting. Okay. Mm, keep an eye on Hertz, guys. See how it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's amazing to me anyway. I mean, look at Hertz. I mean, it just because there's a little high over here at 2034, it tried again. It got up to 20. Oh, actually, it got up to 2037. Okay. It actually broke it just a little bit, but came right back down. But that little 2034 just seems to be wanting to hold it for a bit anyway. Oh, Snap. Yeah, Snap just kept charging ahead. I couldn't see any specific news. Amid. Oh, okay. So they're talking. I kind of thought that, but I didn't see the actual headline. So it's all about TikTok. All about TikTok banning TikTok, which I guess would help Snap to a certain extent. All right, guys. This one didn't see this one earlier, but BLPH, low float, 9 million, raises 5 million in stock and warrants. Key area to get through would be 266 if it can do that. So put an alert there, around 266. Just put an alert there and see if it takes it out. Because if it does, then you just look left. The next high is way up here at 348. So again, if I get a price alert, doesn't mean okay, I take the trade. I just want to know if it gets up there, and then I can start looking to see how is it trading. Is it like the fifth 5 minute candle up in a row? I'm not going to do it then, but I just want to see. I want to make sure I know about it if it takes out that level. What's the volume like? Is the volume still good? Boy, look at this one, guys. ORGO. This is almost a lifetime low. Okay, so I neglected to take a look at Genius. I know a couple of you were talking about it. GNS. So look what it did. So a couple of highs here around 480 to 490, and it got up to just about 480, and it stalled. All right, now VST is now below the VWAP, 2404, right at the VWAP. Okay, right at it. So if it gives up 24, this could be a nice short. I mean, it's been a nice short from 25, but Voyager, VYGR, little move for it. It's an earnings, no, tomorrow, has earnings tomorrow. And Pops, I'm getting $25 million from Novartis under a license deal. Shady took UNCY a little earlier. It hasn't done too much yet. The VWAP 130, so it's kind of holding at that VWAP level. Any trick? Okay, a question about, I don't know motive wave at all, never heard of it, but that doesn't mean that it won't connect. Well, yeah, motive wave, we've, or a lot of these things that are in here, I know what you're talking about in the external linking. Do we have motive? Okay, let me, when you edit the link and you look at the rule and you don't see motive wave. So here, I don't know if there's any trick to it. Just try it. I mean, put it in the order entry, just follow the instructions. So when you say it doesn't work, you mean you've tried? You've actually tried though, using alternate method? And yeah, I have no answer for you then. I don't know Motivate. Is it web-based or I've never even heard of it. Again, that doesn't matter. We will link with so many, but a lot of it is just trial and error. Put it, so chart based, put it in the chart somewhere, put it in, it's just sort of trial and error. Guys won't be able to help you in dev because, the programs don't care whether we link with them or not, but most of the time we can establish some kind of a link. Just, as you say, putting it in, or as I say, putting it into either order entry or somewhere on the chart. Yeah, there's nothing that they can help you with. The other thing they always talk about, run both in administrative mode, things like that. Never heard of it though. You can send an email to support, but they probably won't be able to help you because it's not anything that they have access to, and it would be just trial and error. I mean, they might say run both in administration mode, but yeah, go ahead. Okay, guys. Okay, Orgo, mentioned this one earlier, almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low is down here around 218, 221. Whose day was it to watch AM? It was your day, Jamie. AMAM. What did it do? Wow. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Well, showing up here on the races, won the last race. Interesting. Moved to NASDAQ. So where was it before? Ah, so it was on New York. Now it's on NASDAQ. Interesting. Okay, that is effective March 16th. Okay, so it hasn't happened yet. So it's still on New York. It's going to be moving to NASDAQ on the 16th, and that is causing the pop for AMAM. All right, guys. So yeah, so AMAM. That's interesting news for it moving from New York to NASDAQ on the 16th. So excitement ahead of that move. Obviously, I don't see any other. Excuse me. I don't see any other news on it. First red candle now. First red candle on the SPY, the 15-minute chart that we've had today. It's going to close red. Another 4 seconds for this candle to close. For the things that I've been following, guys, we've had some very nice trend plays. Not a lot of jumping around. I want to keep an eye on this one, CCCS for a potential short, actually. A lot of shorts available for CCCS. Got into the whole number 9. The high on Friday was 9.9, was actually 9. The high after that is 919, not that much more. And then there's a 200-day moving average above it. This might be an interesting short, 123 million in the float. So it's big float. And if it might follow the market. Yeah, Hertz looks good. I mean, HTZ looks good. If it takes out that 2040, any oomph in it, I mean, it's got that's where my alert is, my price alert, 2039, holding the VWAP. 2010 is the VWAP, it's that purple line there. But I'm just going to wait. If it doesn't take it out, I'm not jumping in on it. ENTG, something's happening with this one. Low float, 27 million in the float. Something's happening with this one, approaching the 200-day moving average at 1310. Oh yeah, it is still in business. Of course it is. Mentioning before, chapter 11, then moved to the pinks, and then the resurrection of Hertz. What got it moving today? I don't know. Oh, that's right. No, we know why it's moving. It's replacing Pebblebrook Hotel Trust in the S&P Midcap 400, effective on Monday, March the 20th. So that's the reason. I mean, that's a great resurrection story, really. Well, boy, for those of you who are old enough to remember Unisys, look at this. UIS. Boy, used to be one of the big, big, big names. Not quite IBM, but big name. You really used to work for them. I mean, that they were just a huge, huge corporation and almost an all-time low. Unbelievable. Unisys, UIS. I should have flipped the script for ACRS, but that's a great bounce now. I'd love to get behind this Stag W, but it just doesn't really want to move. Well, I don't know. Maybe it will. STGW. It's got some room to nine. So it's not got a ton of room, but it's a great continuation play off earnings. The only issue is all those the last 2 days had the big topping tails on the daily chart. So again, there's a sell off. Will it happen again? Not a big sell off. They remain positive both days, but certainly a sell off from the highs of the day. All right, guys, here's another one that is breaking down through Schwab Intermediate Term US. Okay, I don't know how exciting this would be, but a lot of volume on it. Breaking down through the 200, through the VWAP, sorry. 48.77. So it's right at the VWAP. SCHR. Boy, what a bounce for ACRS. The bounce is almost as good as the short if you timed it correctly. Ah, William, did you take the ACRS? I'm just noticing it here on Zach's bounce play. But, it started off at 626. Another one testing the VWAP, guys. CECO 1446. It's at 1475, testing the VWAP. So I haven't looked at any of these. I haven't had a chance to look at any of these halts resume. So Anby obviously went crazy for a bit anyway. So this is a SPAC that turned into Ambi today. You can see it traded in the pre-market. So this was a SPAC. They're always okay. BLPH. I had a price alert set for BLPH at 259. Ah, I see why. So now we're at these levels. The next high is about 350. So see if it holds this without popping too much. I don't want to chase it. Volume is great. Volume is, it's maintaining the volume. KW hitting the scanner. KW hitting the scanner. Kennedy will never heard of this. Never have I heard of this one. KW, not an earnings play. So we're getting some of these that are moving into the S&P Small Cap 600. This is Kennedy Wilson. We're getting some of these companies that are making announcements like that are just popping. On the weekly chart, next high is 1883, so that could stall it. Lots of shares available, 5 million in interactive brokers to short. So I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this and see if it gets rejected through the 200-day moving average today. CDNA kept going. Again, you can find people who will play these bounces. KW, guys, KW on the move here. You get 1883. 1883 is the next high looking left on the weekly. I mean, if it gets through that, then almost 20 is the next high. And that's for the KW. KW keeps moving, guys. KW, so it is now above that high. I'm sorry, it is not above that high yet. 1883. 1883 is the next high on the weekly chart. 160 million in the float, so it's pretty decently sized float, not crazy high, certainly not low though. Oh, there's yours. Wow, Unisys UIS just made another new low and getting closer and closer to a lifetime low. Looks like the lifetime low is around 4. Gotta have to put an alert there. Okay, guys, BLPH moved. KW right 1883. It's at 1885 now. 1882 now. 1882 now. So this Azul is interesting now. Let's see what it does here at the give me a moment as I get that single stock window to populate with the Azul news or the Azul information. Okay, so the VWAP is 626. Okay, so it's approaching the VWAP. Will that hold it? 6 cents. Okay, so one third real, one third now is around 641 for Azul, not counting, of course, the pre-market, the gap. There's Voyageur over 8 now, over the whole number, VYGR over the whole number now. What a bounce for ACRS. I'm sort of stunned by this bounce. I mean, if this gets back to the original alert price to short, I may have to reshort it. But this is a tremendous. I mean, it's now through the VWAP 687. That's a great bounce. Take a seat, March 7th. So this has earnings tomorrow. Vivid Seats. What do they do? Online network. Okay. So Seat has earnings tomorrow, and right now we're having a bit of a sell-off. We've had a sell-off over the last few weeks for Seat. The low looking left is 662. And question is, can TI pick stocks within 2% plus or minus on a 2 or 5 minute chart? Not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, we have change in 2 minutes. I think we have the change in 2 minutes and change in 5 minutes. Let me just see. But we have the change in 2 minutes and the change in 5 minutes. You can put percent. So you can put, if that's what you're talking about. So if you want the minimum to be 2% or the max to be 2%, like what are you trying to accomplish? So the max to be 2%? So I mean, well, so we do have the two filters here, the change in 2 minutes and the change in 5 minutes. So if you say the change, say on a percentage basis, so if it's off your change, yeah, so it looks like if you put 0 here, you put 0 in the min and 2 in the max, okay? And if I click on the summary, the price was up no more than 2% in the last 2 minutes, where and the price was flat in the last 2 minutes. In other words, between 0 and 2%. Well, now VWAP is not the same, right? I mean, you're talking, so I'm just looking at the change in 2 minutes and 5 minutes. Well, then the VWAP, you can use the VWAP again. So search and type in VWAP. Okay, so the distance from the VWAP, if you want it to be really close, again, just use this filter, distance from the VWAP. Oh, there's Hertz, guys. So if you wanted it to be within like a maximum of 1% away and within 1% either way, you could use -1 and 1 as an example. Okay. So in conjunction with the change in the 2 minutes and then the distance, so you could have the distance from the VWAP within 1%, if 1% is good enough for you. Well, it's not, the VWAP is the VWAP, Chandru. It's nothing to do with a 5 minute chart. The VWAP is the VWAP, okay? It doesn't change based on a 2 minute or a 10 minute or a 1 minute. The VWAP is the VWAP. Okay, so if you want to find stocks with, within 1% either side of the VWAP, you can use the VWAP filter, and then in conjunction with the change in 5 minutes or 5 minutes, put 0 in the min and 2 in the max. So that'll show you stocks that are right near the VWAP and have only have moved less than 2% on the 5 minute chart. Make sense? So there's no such thing as the VWAP on a 5-minute chart. Okay, the VWAP is the VWAP. Doesn't matter the time frame. Okay, does that make sense? I mean, so if you're just trying to find stocks near the VWAP, and it's up to you what do you want to use in the min and the max. Uh, Give me your email address, Real. Whatever one you use to sign up has to be the one you use to sign up so they can look at it. Okay. All right, guys. Hertz. HTZ. Okay. Okay. I've just passed it on. Yeah. We had a problem loading the Discord room today. I don't know why. Ultimate. So I don't know why. I tried and it wouldn't load. So I'll have to figure out what's going on after hours. I don't have the time to figure out why. And to be honest, there's only about 8 or 9 people in it any day. So, but I will try to figure it out. Is it really hurts? What do you mean by that? Is it really hurts? Oh, I see. I see. Okay, pain. I wasn't sure if you just a little play on words there. So, Chandru, did that all make sense? No, I don't need your email. No, I'm sorry. No, I was talking to somebody else. I don't need your email. I think people maybe misunderstand what the VWAP is the VWAP. Doesn't matter what time frame. So if I 2449 is the VWAP for bots, I'm not going to see a different number on a 15 or a 2 minute or a 5 minute. Okay, it is the VWAP. For instance, I've got this docked VWAP alerts. Okay, right there. So these are going to show me stocks that are right near the VWAP. The OTZ, there's the VWAP at 2449. Got the alert at 2455. These are just stocks near the VWAP. So it doesn't matter whether I look at a 60 minute, a 30 minute, a 15 minute, it's going to be the same number for the VWAP. All right, guys, so I really haven't paid too much attention to the races. I've been looking at the momentum up and down. A lot of the momentum ups will be in the race. How's that AM doing? Well, now this is a shortable stock for me, AM. Again, all because it's going to be moving from, yeah, New York to NASDAQ on the 16th of March. I believe it was the 16th of March, so in about 10 days from now. Yeah, market looks like it's weakening just a little bit here, guys. We've had a little bit of basing here, but this is red candles looking a little bit bigger, taking out the lows of the previous three 15-minute candles on the SPY. So we're in for a little bit of a sell-off anyway. If you're long anything that is sort of tracking the market to a certain extent, you got to be careful. So TCRR, I believe, is being bought out. You're asking to take a look at it. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, so TCRR is being bought out by another cheap company. Okay, so that I don't know if we're really going to get a big move on this one. Okay, SRG just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. SRG, ooh, let's see. What sort of room does this have? Well, 1084 kind of. I think there's a low 1122, there's a low of 1122, and then there's a low of 1114, and then there's a low of 1084. So might be some little blocking areas. Just running out of steam, China. It's got to take the V. It's sitting on the VWAP, so it would have to take out the VWAP, number one. But I thought maybe just kind of running out of steam, getting into a whole number. The high on Friday was 9. It kind of blocked right there. It got a high of 9 today. So if 9 was going to hold it and then getting through the VWAP at 891 could turn into a short. That was my thinking. But it's still sitting on the VWAP. Also, the 200-day moving average is not that far above it. So you had 9, you had 912, 200-day moving average. So I thought, okay, if there's, especially now the market is starting to give it up a bit, this could, if it takes out the VWAP, it could turn into a nice short. And that's the CCCS. So what I'll do is I'll put an alert probably about 887 right there. So that's underneath the VWAP, 891, and underneath the low of that candle, and maybe, just maybe. Now I don't expect, when I look at it now, I don't expect a huge move. I mean, the low of the day is 875, so it's not that big a range. But when I look at it right now, it looks pretty boring. It's a horrible daily chart, just a really, really ugly daily chart to look at with these topping tails and bottoming tails and chopping all around. I don't think I've seen this one before, but it showed up in some kind of an alert I had. So I had to click on it and see what was up. BLPH, guys, BLPH now a challenge of 3. I mentioned this one a little earlier, taking out that 264 level, and then the next high looking left is 350. So it's got some room, and it looks like a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, you're right. The VWAP 627, so it's getting below the VWAP now for Azul. Whew, fast morning, 11:36 now, guys. So in about 20 minutes or so, I'll be taking my break. Chris, I'm going to confirm that. I'm sure it's Chris. Okay, real, where are you? That's not the right email that they have. So you still in the room, real? You want to maybe private message me again, please? Oh, real, I just private messaged you. BLPH guys, almost out of well, they're right now they are. At least right now, as I'm looking, no more shorts available for BLPH at Interactive Brokers. Shoot, look at ACRS. I was thinking about reshorting this one if it got back to the original, which was right here, 718, but I'm too late. Too late. Well, it might be a good thing there are no shorts available for BLPH. This thing is on a mission right now. And it's a $5 million registered direct offering with an institutional investor. And that is the news for BLPH. All right, guys. Well, I'm in the HTZ, but it's not really moving that much. So I'm going to hold on for a bit more. Okay, but they might have to look up your ID then. But you saw what they said. If you uploaded the image, you saw what they said. So let me get back to. We'll get straight. Don't worry. Well, SRG guys, I mean, I just didn't like it because I thought maybe it'd have too much resistance or support, I suppose, support. Not that far away, but this is really trying to move down here. SRG showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The original alert was at 11:33. Come on, Hertz, do something. HD's do something. You have some room to 22. I'm not saying you're getting there, but put a price alert up here. Okay, great. Thank you, Real. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. So I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Chris in the YouTube room, okay? When I take my break. Guys, BLPH. Okay, if you took that one, you have to be aware of that high looking left, okay? So 350, it's approaching it. Okay, buy Hertz. So the minute it got back down to that level, I was wanting it to get through. I turfed it. It was that was the original level 2034. So when it approached that, I got rid of it. So now let's see. I mean, maybe it'll turn into a short. It's the VWAP is at 2016. Disappointing. And the answer is yes. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes, I guess. It's 11:47 now. And I'll take my break between 12 and 1. So there's another one, guys. I mean, there's the BLPH. The alert was at 11:35 the time. Price was 294. We're at 340. Well, it hit 344 as a high. Pala did not really jump. 2166. I mean, it got to 22, but then it pulled right back down. So now this could turn into a short. The VWAP's 2078. I'm sorry, I thought the VWAP was closer to it right now. So, boy, BLPH, just on a tremendous mission here to maybe take out that 350. 350. What? Let's take a look left where the next highs are. On the weekly chart, anyway, the next high three. Wow, look at that, guys. Just because of a $5 million registered offering by an institutional investor. And the low float, I'm sure it's a low float. 9 million in the float. Yeah, 9 million in the float. I did not take this one. One of the reasons is I thought it might have been a little too close to that whole number for me to take it, but hey. So if you took it again, that's that high right there, 350. What did it get to? Got up to 359. So still maybe a struggle to get through 350. So if you took this one, just be completely aware of that 350. There's another cheap one, guys. SECO, 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 another really cheap one. Wow, that's a crazy, crazy low float. 300,000 in the float, 300,000 in the float. The next high looking left for this one at 160. Well, maybe the fireworks start now. I mean, there's the VWAP at 125, but this is such a low float China stock. Traded the float probably 18 times now or so. I wish that VWAP weren't right above it. I'd probably take this one right now, but the VWAP is right above it. This got up to, wow, got up to 160, 170 in the pre-market, which just happens to be the high of Friday, 160. Boy, nothing stopping this one now, guys. BLPH. Well, when I say nothing stopping, I mean now it's through that high of 350. So your next high is 367 and then 372. So if you're in this one, be aware of those two highs on the weekly chart. Yeah, no shorts now for that one at Interactive Brokers, but that's probably a good thing. You know, where would you may have wanted to short it here or here or here or here. So just give me one moment, please. You know, it's funny because this did nothing in the pre-market. This BLPH did absolutely nothing in the pre-market. But of course, you can see it now. Winning a race, won 9 races now. Guys, that's why we have stops. Okay, look at Hertz. I mean, I could have got stubborn, I suppose, and said, it'll come back. But that's why we have stops. That's why I have stops anyway. I have a very, I actually stopped myself out before my actual stop, but had I allowed it to go right to my stop, it still would have been a manageable loss. Now I'm looking at this as a potential short. I mean, if it takes out 20, I'm going to stick an alert down here at 20. It's going to be through the VWAP now, 2016. All right, guys. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 5 minutes. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in to our pro room, and so you can head over to listen to Chris when he gets there if you'd like to. I don't know about that, Keyshawn, but these are just things that are showing up on my scans. The DLPH, unbelievable. What can I say? So I think at 2 o'clock I've got a meeting, the once a month, first Monday of the month meeting, tech meeting. I like to attend, hear what's happening. Yeah, look on the daily first and then the weekly. You don't see anything on the, so I'm talking to Keyshawn in our YouTube room. You hear me always talking but looking left. If I don't see anything on the daily chart, then I look at the weekly chart. When I say don't see anything, if I don't see the next high on the daily chart, looking left, like right now, I can't see that next high, right, on the daily chart. So I'll look on the weekly chart and see where the next high is. I mean, I could expand the daily, but you know what? I think the weekly is good enough for what we're doing. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my message in. Chris is not in the room yet, but I'll just put the message in now. Well, I think the offering, I don't really call that an offering. That's more of an investment. I think the whole thing, there he is. Hi, Chris. Talking to you, Keyshawn. No, I backed off it because I thought it was too close to 3. That was my only reason for backing off the BLPH.
Is that so?
But it had nothing to do with, I mean, the reason it's up is because it's a so-called institutional investor putting 5 million in, not just you or me. Okay, so Chris,
Can you hear me, sir?
I can. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute the pro room. So Chris is there now. All right, Mr. Varley, how are you?
We're busy.
I see. I always see. I always see. No trading then?
No. I honestly, this is the first time I'm going to look at the market since 8:45 this morning or 9 o'clock this morning when I was doing the pre-market with Michael Katz from Trade the Pool.
How'd that go?
It went well. We had a good crowd coming in and out. It was kind of a sleepy pre-market, so there wasn't a lot to talk about. any of the earnings plays. They didn't have a ton of shares traded in them. There was, what was it? KALA and BBIO had some action in the pre-market that we were going over and setting up some possible scenarios with some different support and resistance lines and things like that. That was really the highlight of it. I've got BLPH. I see you got up there. I was late to the game on that. I was watching it, and
I didn't take that one, unfortunately. I was talking about it. I just didn't take it. My big one was a short of ACRS.
That was another one we looked at in the pre-market disaster du jour.
Yeah, and it actually had a tremendous pop, but
rebound.
But I was able to take advantage of the short on that one, and that was an all-time low at that point when it was down there. It was almost an all-time low. So anyway, Hertz was the one that disappointed me. HTZ. I took a little loss on that one. I thought once it got over that 2037, it was when it had some news. It's going to be added to the S&P mid-cap 600 or something like that. So it's a tremendous resurrection story, though, when you think about it.
I was just going to say, that is more or less what I was going to say, just from bankruptcy back to the S&P.
Yeah, really. I mean, Chapter 11, banished to the pinks, and then come back. And now not only has it come back, but to the S&P mid-cap 600. Who knows? Maybe it gets back all the way to the S&P 500. Who knows?
Anything is possible. That's for certain.
Anything is possible.
Well,
all right, my friend. I will
swap and let you get out of here.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, I'll mute you.
Right. Sounds good. We'll see you in a little bit, Barry.
Okay, Chris.
All right, everybody. So it looks like we got eyes on my screen here. I think that's looking good. Barry's going to go take his break. And kind of a lackluster day as far as the overall market goes. I would say, a bit of a gap up, and we moved up a little bit after that and kind of trading in a range sideways for a little over an hour now. The overall market, let's do that chart really quick to the SPY. But okay, charts. I think my backup computer is ready to die. There we go. Now we got charts. Hopefully I can have the situation fixed sometime this week with my computers. It just doesn't want to give me a SPY chart. Let's do this instead. This is what I'm trying to illustrate here. So a little bit of a gap up there, and the market moved up, and we've been running sideways for a little bit over an hour now. I believe there's Fed minutes coming out on Wednesday, so I think we're going to run sideways or chop around. I won't be surprised if we dip back down here tomorrow and we just drift a little more up. I don't think we'll get any real decisive move till, of course, after the Fed, and then who knows what onto the next numbers that come out after that. I don't, when next jobs report, inflation, or CPI and whatever else is going to come out. So, it's a market right now where we're really just at the mercy of the news of whatever macro events are going on. I won't even call it macro news, just macro events. And, we're kind of stuck with that situation and that theme. And that's all we can do. So, you can see here, underneath this moving or this trend line, we're coming back here. If we extend that trend line, we come back down and bounced and tested it and bounced. So, this is healthy for the technicians on the bull side of things anyways. Clearing this level up here would be the next big win for the bulls. Well, it's probably like 410, give or take. Oh no, that's all the way up at won't say 420 exactly, but that 415, 417 range. So that'll be the next big step to clear. I guess 10 is down, really just slightly above here. How big this range is. So that'll be the next big step for the Bulls to get their win. If they're to get a win, of course, the Bears are going to want to see a breakdown of this trend line here and come back underneath it, so that we're bouncing underneath it again, just like we've done here and here and here and here. And that'll be what the Bears want to see. But for now, some bearish or bullish green shoots that are in there with that. Anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. As I always say, this isn't meant to be a one second, I just want to change something on my settings so my alerts aren't coming through. This isn't meant to be just me talking to you folks, although that's what it turns into, so be it. But not really the intention of these here. It's more meant for you folks to ask some questions about the scanning, the software platform. If you have a chart question, obviously you throw that out as well, and do my best to answer those. Aside from that, I really didn't have much of a look at the market today. I mentioned KALA. Was watching that in the pre-market, and I'd set some price alerts for it, but just not much cooking over there on that side of things. I'm kind of in this range right now between the open and the high of the day here right now. So see if it looks like it might try to break high of the day right now, or it's trying to. So it's definitely poking its head up over that. Volume is coming back in again, and there it goes. So there's Cala coming through for us here. BBIO is the other one here. I think a similar look. I'd say Cal is a nicer looking chart right now. You got BBIOs getting pinched in between VWAP and this 8 EMA here on a 15-minute chart. So it's going to need to resolve itself at some point in the not too distant future here. This pivot line marks back to beginning of 2022 after a big fall off the cliff, a couple day bounce, and then it's been under that line ever since. So it's going to be, fighting with that line. It's obviously a major pivot point there, and keep an eye for that there. I'm going to move my price alert back over this here and just keep my eye there. What else was coming through? I saw Snap early make a big move. We'll see what happens with that. Yeah, I think my computer has just about had it. I'm on a backup computer while I was trying to get my laptop sorted out here still. And this just doesn't seem to want to work very well right now. Anywho, Snap made a run earlier in the day. If I can find a better chart that'll work. Okay. I'm going to get other charts to load. There we go. There's Snap finally. Yay. Gap up in Snap and really moving here. Not anywhere near earnings right now, so that's kind of interesting. Doing almost 3 times what it's normally doing for volume. Of course, the liquidity is great on it. I mean, you can see it's, way underneath from where it's been, pinned down under these levels here. If we zoom in a bit more, we'll see, I think it's like 1230, 1220, something like that. Yeah, 1240, sorry. is a big level here. I've got that marked off on the chart here. So a couple big days breaking away. It'd be hard to have anticipated this move here, out of this right there. But there it is, and we'll see what happens over the next couple of days. I know this is one of those stocks that's going to be a story stock in the sense of TikTok, is it getting banned? Where people like it, they hate it, they're using it, they're not using it. This government says this government says that. China's doing this, China's not doing that. So Snap is, excuse my lack of complete understanding, as I'm not a big social media person, but I believe Snap is the alternative to TikTok, or closest competitor to TikTok. So I think, based on a lot of things that happen on TikTok, is where you'll find the moves in Snap coming in, and outside of anything with the overall market, what it's doing, and any independent news that Snap may not come out with. But all the same, there it is. A lot of liquidity, good volume, sitting around here near that high of the day. And if it got legs behind it and could poke through, maybe it makes a run at this 250 level, give or take. LAZR had been kind of on the radar. It's had a nice move the last couple of days. So, we're way down here at $6 a little over a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and, almost a 50% move, or, 40% move in the last 2 weeks. Obviously, the market liked the earnings from it. So definitely a positive reaction to earnings there with that going on. Got this gap up and a move down and move back up. So you've got this bottoming shadow that's happening here. If it could pull up, back up to this 1030, 1040 level, give or take, that'd be a nice strong candle here. Bulls defending their position and their move recently in this. So, and what I'm going to keep on my radar here to keep a look at. GNS was a big flyer from Friday. Got my eye on it earlier in the day, and since giving back most, if not all, those gains. So again, we'll see what happens there. So there's the price action from Friday, and fading the rest of Friday. I'm going to pop here today and fading for now. We'll see. This thing is all over the place. Hard to make any real distinction on any of it. Small float, 10 million in the float, or just over 10 million in the float. So these are things I'd bear in mind before running out after this thing. Obviously, that massive volume back here, we're not quite at that same level, but still, good volume, especially as compared to in between or the prior. There's really no volume in comparison, to be honest. Even on these big days here, it wasn't quite the volume that we're seeing there. Let's zoom out on this chart a little bit. Yeah. That's really it on volume. But nonetheless, I keep a price alert here. I did set this price alert to watch to see if it broke over VWAP. I break back towards VWAP, or VWAP. That's right, VWAP. So we'll keep an eye on that here. I had saw the TAN earlier was up good. It looks like TAN's giving it back, and the only reason I mention that is Sunrun here, ticker symbol RUN. Whenever the TAN is in play, this is a symbol that I like to look at for possible trade. Usually has good range on it. Usually decent amount of liquidity. So if we had a melt up in the SPY and the solars were strong, I don't necessarily need a lot of volume out of this to want to take some action here. But it looks like after the gap up, this is really just floundering around this level right here, and I think we can take this line here and move it up to there, actually, so we can see that this is a pretty big memory line for price right there. And I just want to bring up the TAN really quick to illustrate a little bit what I'm referencing. So not too far off those two charts from each other. So tan, same thing, made a nice move up and just kind of sitting here in that range right now. And tan's at the top of my symbols or my sector list as well. When I'm looking at that, bigger picture in tan. Let's see if I can scroll back on the chart. Apparently not. There we go. So bigger picture in tan, we've been, look at this range for how long we've been in this range. Oops. All right, so we've been in that range since 22 March of 2021. So, I mean, we're coming up on, we're 2 years that we're stuck in this range with tan here. So, at some point, I want to see this make a move. It doesn't have to, of course. It's not really painted into a corner necessarily. There's plenty of move to the downside. I mean, smack in the middle of this. There's plenty of room to the upside of this range, basically smack in the middle of this range. So, but certainly worth noting. I mean, we've seen the explosive move that the Solars have done in the past, so why not have an eye on those? Now, ARRY is another ticker, and I didn't really look at that today, but it's another, I'll say, solar related. Now, I think ARRY is kind of solar / semiconductor related. It'll move semi in tandem with both those. And it's another stock that's similar to Run in the sense that it's always trading a few million shares in a day or several million shares in a day. So there's always a lot of liquidity in it, and you can see that it has big moves. So, like every other stock, being on the right side of that move is key, but, not all stocks have these kinds of moves as often as these stocks do. So they're nice trading stocks. They're very nice stocks for trading, I think. But we see kind of a similar theme here as well on ARRY. So, just move down, you move up in a breakdown, move up in a breakdown. And we've seen them move up, but the breakdown is less this time than it was this time and this time. So, we'll see what happens here. I'm always on the hunt for a swing position. Obviously, that's a huge, huge line, and probably draw that all the way back to here as well. Always something, maybe someone out there wants to keep an eye on. KALA has really made a move since we were discussing this 15 minutes ago or so. Well, giving a little bit back now, but was sitting up here in the 2260s a moment ago, or just shy of 2270, pulled back into the 40s here. So, it's looking like a pretty strong chart right now, intraday. And above here, it's certainly got room on the daily chart. Put that price alert there. So we can see, popped its head through this line, came back, it's tested it so far on this 15-minute bottoming shadow here. Let's see what happens next. Good volume has come right back into it too. We're at the beginning of this 15-minute candle. Let's look at 5-minute candles real quick. So, all right, we got that initial pop here, and we've declined a little bit so far. And again, we're just about 2.5 minutes into this 5-minute candle here. So this 5-minute candle looks like it might just challenge the last 5-minute candle for volume. So the volume is stuck around in this so far here in the lunch. Gotta like that. BLPH, talked about this with Barry right when I came in, setting off a price alert. I set for a pullback here as I was not able to participate in that initial move up. Volume has really dropped out of it quite a bit, but that doesn't mean it's over for the day. This thing could always make a comeback. Doesn't have to, but I want to keep it in focus. See these moving averages catch up. It's breaking under VWAP right now, but let's see what happens as this moving average catches up. Can it push it back into the VWAP? Maybe. Why not, right? We're certainly going to keep an eye on it. 10 million shares traded, doing 6-7 times what it's normally doing. we can see all that came in. I don't know if there must have been some kind of news or announcement or something right here that happened. I'm not sure what it was. Midday news is not always typical with pharmaceuticals. But I'd say, for me, what the event was isn't really material. It's more the reaction to the event. And so far, it was a mostly positive reaction to the event, although this thing was drifting up anyways, regardless. So maybe it was news earlier in the morning and didn't just catch major volume until later in the day. I won't fret over that, though. And again, guys are giving me the silent treatment today, it looks like. So again, someone with questions, please throw those questions at me. So a couple Brazil stocks gapping in the pre-market here. I think they're kind of travel related or airline related. AZUL is some kind of airline, Brazil. Maybe it was more of a South and Central American theme, but yeah, airplane and passengers and cargo services. And the reason why I say I saw a few of them, I mean, look, you got a really hefty gap up here, a move up for, half an hour, 45, an hour, just, an hour and 15 minutes for it kind of capitulated and gave it up here. But I just saw gold that was coming through. So it's another one that's very similar. And again, another Brazil stock. Hopefully someday this chart will load. There we go. This one looks like it's holding up a little better than AZUL here so far, although it's under the VWAP now. On the 5-minute chart under the 80 EMA, 15-minute chart's trying to hold it. So, well, let's see what happens here. Not a big dynamic mover, but I just thought it was noteworthy with these Brazil stocks. So, it's got earnings coming up, but hasn't passed earnings yet. ERJ, another one, or EJR. It's another Brazil airline. Yeah, this is another Brazilian one. So, this one, a little bit less of a gap up, a little bit less of a move up, but a lot less of a move down and recovering a little sooner here. Not a ton of liquidity in it. I mean, 600,000 shares traded, but I can't not note these things when I see them. Pretty far off its high. Do I give much credence to it? I don't personally use it. And I full well know that saying that if there's a strat person in here, they'd probably shoot me. Because I know that those guys fully believe in that quantitative system that Mr. Rob Smith has created. I mean, I can't say anything negative about it. It would appear to me that anybody that religiously follows it and buys into it and really sticks to that kind of trading and risk management, they seem to do well, or that's what they claim. I have no way to look at anybody's portfolio, of course, but there seems to be enough people out there that are all about it and claim that it changed their trading and converted them and so on and so forth. So I think it's certainly worth exploring for anybody to do. I've kind of got my way that I do things that I'm happy with. I'm always improving upon it. That doesn't mean I'm happy with it. It doesn't mean I've settled and I'll, never adjust anything again. But, the strat is an entire system in which to follow for risk management of trading. That's what I best describe it as. And I certainly think that anybody that's a new trader and trying to figure out what's a system that works for them, I certainly think it would be worth them exploring and really getting to understand it. Strat is almost like its own language too. So it can be hard to understand that language if you don't really practice and study and look into it. But Stuart, I think it's absolutely worth looking into. I think they definitely have something there. I think it's like anything else, if it's used properly, quote unquote properly, I guess there at least some subjectivity in that term that people can do well with that. We do have a few strat scans, and at some point in the not too distant future, I hope we'll be able to add some more. But in our Market Explorer here, if you right click and go to Select Strategy, we got 4 strategies in there. Oh, more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 different strategies here. There's obviously way more than 6 strategies, because they can break this down. They can break a lot of this down into time frames as well. These reversal patterns that they do. These inside moves and stuff like that. So, but, there's 6 of them there anyways, for anybody that wants to check that out. And I would just I do a quick web search if anybody's curious who and what the strat is, created by a gentleman named Rob Smith. He's a quantitative trader. My interactions with him are limited to Twitter, but he's been very nice on questions that I've reached out and asked him, or any interactions like that. He's a big believer in what they do on the strat, and he will poke fun at people. He pokes fun at people that buy too much into a 200-day moving average. Whether it's EMA or SMA or certain ranges and things like that. He'll just constantly bang on people. Just trade the strat. But I'm sure for someone, he's been trading the strat for many years now, and he's the creator of it. And let's face it, quants are smart people, that second language to him is the first language, has long since become a first language to him on that. But Rob's a nice guy. If you're on Twitter, maybe, look him up and look through what he's going. No, don't search for it on the cloud, Stuart. What you do is all right, so here's a menu bar. Go to New and go to Market Explorer window. All right. And that'll give you this window here. All right. And then you can right click this window and go to Select Strategy. You can find all these strategies. The Market Explorer scans are built with a different database and technology than what the legacy software is. And we hope to one day merge them. That day is not today. That day is not this month. That day is probably not in the next 3 months. We do hope to merge them at some point, because there's a lot more historical data for technical analysis than the legacy software does. But the big caveat is this isn't like a regular scan for when we're building scans with the Market Explorer. It's not like we come into the configure of this and just look up technical indicators. All the Market Explorer has is price and volume in it, going back, 10, 11, 12 years. And from price and volume, every single technical indicator can be created. So it's actually, the configure of this is just a spreadsheet and a grid. And then you have to formulate the mathematical equations of whatever indicators you want to use in it and build it out like that. I'm using the Royal U because you all, don't have access to this. I mean, I haven't yet built anything in the Market Explorer. It's mostly Michael Noss doing the Market Explorer work for us. So it's not just, like our legacy software here. I right click and I come to configure, and, I'm going to get a nice list of all these items that I can just put a minimum maximum value in here. That is not how the Market Explorer works. You've got to, do all the legwork of actually building out each individual indicator and its formula like that. But that's right point, Stuart. So again, just to go over that, go to New and Market Explorer window. There's also a guide here. If you click this, it'll give you the user's guide for the Market Explorer, some videos on some of the strategies that are in there. And great place to find some scans, that's for sure. Some things that, we don't do with the regular software, can't do with the regular software. Hans, is there a way to draw a box instead of just a horizontal line on the charts? Also different color than orange. Can it be made wider? Thanks. Is there a way to draw a box? Not currently. That will, yeah, you're very welcome, Stuart. There will be in the future some stuff like that coming with the HTML charts that we're working on. I know optimistically there's some people on the development side that hope that we will be pushing out the HTML charts to you in the next couple of months. Is it 6 weeks? Is it 8 weeks? I don't know. They're never going to give a timetable like that. Excuse me, just something caught my throat. But no box. Is there a different color? Yeah, we can do a different color than orange. If you click on this here, so click on the orange and then right click and go to markup, go to annotation color, and you can change that. See, now I just changed it to green. And wider, no, we can't make it wider currently. Let me see something. I don't know if my computer is going to explode if I do this. Well, let's try it. So this browser interface. Okay, so here's the HTML version. Let's see if it loads. Yeah. Spinning wheel of death for my computer. All right, so here's the HTML. And there's different pivot points we'll be able to throw on here, different VWAPs. Horizontal line looks the same for now. Sorry, just trying to look at some other things that we might have in here. They're on the way. I haven't had a chance to explore much of this yet. I'm hoping to later this week when I get the laptop back out of its box. There's drawing some VWAP here. I think this will be really, really nice, these pivot points here. Look at that, auto draw these pivot points. I like this, to play with this a little bit here when this is good. No, you should absolutely have that. We put that in a long time ago. If you go to help and about, what version are you running on the software? Help and about. Just make sure you're on 5.6.36. You really should be on that. If you're not, get your link to upgrade here. Here's a link to upgrade. If you're not on that, but you option. Get rid of this HTML chart. I have a problem with my scanner. I click on a symbol, and it will move up one or two symbols, or a lot of time it moves up to the next symbol, then back to the last symbol. No, you're way back. Diagnosis, you're probably back 15 builds ago, 15 public builds ago. You're back like 100 regular build, 100 internal builds. And I'm guessing that you are on, you have external linking going on. So if that is the case and you have external linking going on, in that external linking, make sure that you have use alternative method selected. And I would also, you should see a diagnosis. This should be green. That new should be green for you. And when you click it, it should say there's a new version up here for you. So, but that link that I also shared is where you can find that as well. Yes, external. So yeah, that's what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to upgrade, and it's going to require you to restart your system when you upgrade because that's how far back you are. You're going to have to update your .NET probably, or .NET plus plus or C++. I can't remember which one, or maybe it's both. You have the latest, and you can't select that. When you click on it and you right click, you don't have annotation colors. You should totally have that. What do I think of average VWAP? I'm not sure what average VWAP is. I mean, just VWAP in itself, I like it because it tells me where people have been most interested in the stock. At what price is the most volume for the stock coming in or had been coming in. So I like VWAP. I've added it to my charts, and I am going to yeah, I'm not really sure why it would be grayed out, Hans. That should absolutely not be grayed out. I know it has been a feature for over a year, for sure, because I've worked with other users with it. So I don't have a quick answer on why that's happening like that. Yeah, I'm racking my brain here. I'll think on it there, Hans. Yeah, throw a mail into them, see what they say. I mean, them is really me. It's going to be me anyways. So yeah, I like VWAP, Peter. I'm really digging it lately. At least for my intraday trading, it's helped me with some entries recently. It's helped me to decipher whether or not it truly is a chase or not. So I've been able to get some better entries or entries I'm happier with regarding VWAP. So, I'm going to continue to use that. So I think that's everything. And yeah, Diagnosis, keep us posted there. That external linking is why that's happening. I'm 99.9% sure that that's what's going on. Our problem with linking is sometimes I wish we didn't link to anybody because people get really upset with us that linking doesn't work with the platform or change of the platform, and it's not us changing. It's these platforms don't even know we exist, let alone the fact that we link to them. And trying to get them to give us any sort of assistance from our end to linking to them is worse than pulling a tooth out of a 4-year-old. So sometimes, no good deed goes unpunished, as I say often. And our good deed of trying to link often goes punished with some not so kind things that people say about it. So, from a support standpoint, sometimes it would just be better. No, we just can't do it because other platforms won't allow us to do it. Talk to them. It would be nice to be able to do it. Just push it off on the other platforms because they certainly don't care about us or you. So yeah, here we are. Still looking at this thing, BLPH. Pull back here. It's sitting right on the VWAP. We'll see what happens from here if it can boost back off of that. Draw a line right here on this at the high of the day and see what that coordinates with on a daily chart. I'm just looking at where price is relative to the VWAP. That's all, Peter. Like right now I'm looking at it doesn't work on standard. Okay, and that doesn't seem like something that makes sense to me that we would have done, but I guess anything is possible. So, Peter, I'm just looking at where price is in relation to the VWAP, and how prices obeyed it or not obeyed it, and how far extended it may or may not be off of that. So, BLPH, only because it's such a volatile stock and small float, and I'm just not going to trade with my computer acting like a piece of junk right now. But this is an interesting level to me for this here. You got this rising 8 EMA, and it's clipped it, here and here and here, and it's really boosted off of it. So we're not extended by any stretch of any imagination. Sitting right here, just trying to boost back over VWAP. Part of me thinks that this may have another run towards $4 right now. And if I was in a better position, I'd very likely put a trade on right now with this. And I'd probably scale in, actually. I'd probably scale in like a third of a position right about here. And then if we start to get movement up, I'd probably scale in another third of a position and quickly scale in the last third really fast if we got to move up. And, this 8 EMA so far on this 15-minute chart seems like a pretty decent backstop right now. But I am not going to put a position on at all with this whatsoever. And if you put a position on because I had said that, shame on you. You should put it on because that's what your trading plan said to do, not some random dude on the internet. Anyways, interesting level right now. How do you set up a buy icon so you could only risk specific amount of money and be able to adjust the stop loss? So we would do that in Brokerage Plus. So let me bring over Brokerage Plus module. Let me connect to the simulator. And so if we go to strategies here, just go to this random one here. We go to edit strategy and we go to order details, and we could do risk based on stop loss, for example. So I can buy, risk based on stop loss. So let's say I want to risk $100, and then I set how I want the stop loss to look. So, let's say I want a percent. Let's say I want a 3% stop loss, and we'll go with the 3% target. All right. And in the configuration, let's make sure we got this set to an account here. Let's try that again. I can't seem to close this window for some strange reason here. All right, glad that seems to be okay now. Sorry, folks. This is incredibly frustrating from where I'm sitting right now. Try that again. All right, so set the trading simulators or whatever you want the account to be as your account. We'll save that. All right. And again, I've set it, based on stop loss, risk $100. I've set the stop to 3%. I set its target to 3%. Press OK here, and that should save that strategy like that. You can have more than one set up. And so now I can either right click one of these and go trade using that strategy right here. It'd be good if I was on the chart we were actually trying to trade. And there you can see I got a fill right here. And here my stop loss and target. My charts aren't displaying them for some fantastic reason as usual. You see I bought 194 shares. There you go. Everything's up there now. And so there you go, Ken. You can see those right there. And I can move this stop. I can move this target. So, I've got that all right there for me. Let me know that you were able to follow that, Ken. And anybody with any other questions or anything, please let me know. So BLPH just kind of hanging out at that level still. Let me get rid of that off the screen. And again, Ken, just let me know that you got that. And also, you know what? One other thing, Ken. All right, good to know you got that. One other thing I forgot to mention. I'm sorry. In the strategies here, if I want this to be my default chart strategy, I can right-click that and select it so it's default long. It's a long strategy, so default long, chart long strategy. And now I could also trade off the chart with that same strategy here. And let me give you an example of that. So let's BLPH. No, I don't want to use that one just in case for later. Let's look at Snap. I'll most likely not be trading Snap. So, we got Snap here, and I can go and I can click the green buy. This is green because I have it selected as a chart strategy, and I can put that, right at the price, and bang, I can snap it right there. And let's see what happens. So there's Snap. The orders are out there. There's the opening order. It's sitting right there. See if it gives me a fill. Bang, there's the fill. And here's my stop and my target. And there you have it. So you can, more than one way to get that done there, whether you want to right click off one of the scans and make the trade, or if you want to trade it right off the chart. And then, play with it. Make sure, do all your experimenting in the simulator, of course. Make your mistakes for free in that regard. Move that back out of the way. So yeah, BLPH couldn't really get through and do it. Falling back into that 340 level now. We're fighting at the 340 level. Poked its head up in here into the 360s, come back down, and still, bouncing on the VWAP right there. So again, Peter, these are the kind of things, Peter, I know you had questions with VWAP, but look at how it's fighting here. If it stays above the VWAP, maybe it's a bullish move, close, falls under that VWAP, then becomes more of a bearish move. But this helps give us an indication of where people are really, really interested in the stock, and we can see the volume has come back in as this is kind of flattened out right now. And what the next steps are here. Here's Cal coming back down to earth again. We saw that make a pretty significant move here. about half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. Poked up through here, got through there, and right back down underneath that other side. Yes, those buttons are customizable, Ken. You'd find all that in, if you go to Tools, Options, go to Brokerage Plus, and go to Quick Buttons, and you can find that in here. You can restore the defaults, so you can play around with it and things break, just restore the defaults. And some different order configuration setups that you can do in here is with that as well. User's Guide section on Brokerage Plus. I just looked at the SPY for the first time in a while. So SPY's curling down a little bit here now on us. So I'm just looking for User's Guide section here on Brokerage Plus. That would be good to point you at. Sorry, just clicking through the user's guide so I can find exactly what I want to share with you here instead of just the whole thing. Although it'd probably be good to share the whole thing as well. And again, we got a couple minutes left before Barry comes back. Throw some questions at me if you have. I don't have a take really on the anchor the VWAP outside of I think the generic look on it for anchor VWAP, like a recent high, recent low, or an area where there was exuberant amount of volume. Those are the areas that I would point you towards as far as that goes. Here we go. This is what I wanted. Sorry, it took me a moment to find that. So this is something, for you those of you that want to play around in the options section of Brokerage Plus, take a look there. You might find something useful in that for editing, making new quick buttons. Check Merck, MRK. What is our drug making friend saying these days? Well, it must have had some kind of news or something. That's a pretty good move there. 3% move. Well, that's not a 3% move. It's 3% on the day because it did gap up some. Ran right into resistance here, though. Look at that. Ran right into that resistance right there, recent resistance. That's got to be near all-time highs, no? 115. Not too far off all-time highs. So right there, it made recent all-time highs. So strong-looking chart overall. So, yeah, some serious volume came in. That probably kicked that relative volume up a notch here. Plenty of liquidity. So interesting. But this is going to be a challenge, that level right there. I mean, if it's getting hung up anywhere, it'll be around there, give or take a dollar, at $110, You're looking at those bigger rounded numbers up there like that. Put my earphones in. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, so Merck definitely had something going on there. Now, I mentioned before. Oh, okay. Phase 2B clinical trial. Interesting. Announced that in the middle of the day. So now, before I was talking about this, that, quite possibly I might want to scale, I might consider a scale in position here. I scaled in at 1/3. If I'm wrong, it's not hurting very much to be wrong. If I was right, at least I got 1/3 of a position being right if it just shot out. But, at this point, had I gotten in, I'd be sitting in 1/3 of position, feeling okay about that position right now because it hasn't shot out of the cannon right now. And, kind of giving me a chance if I want to participate still to the upside if I did. AM. I'm guessing it's got to be a strong chart right now because it's on my evening scan this early in the day. Is it halted? Yeah, it's halted. I mean, up 69% and almost $4.50 on the day here. I'd need to see it. I need to see it pull back and then base at that pullback or just base up here before I would jump into it. But let's draw a line to where it halted and see what that looks like looking left here on a daily chart. I think it's going to run right up into this, as a matter of fact. Someday it decides to superimpose across the daily chart for us. That would be phenomenal. I hear a bumping around of a microphone.
A little thump here. Yeah. I'm looking at AM. Not in it, unfortunately. But you know why they're up, Chris? You have any idea why they're up?
Because there's more buyers than sellers?
Yes, that's one reason. No, you know what? I mean, they just said, you know what? We're going off New York and we're going to be on NASDAQ on the 16th of March.
Whoa.
That's it.
That's all it takes, huh?
It's all it takes these days.
Maybe I should do that for my own stock price.
Yeah.
Tell them I'm leaving New York and I'm going to NASDAQ too.
Well, but you live in New York, so you can't. Well, okay. I know NASDAQ's there too, but I mean, it doesn't say New York NASDAQ, whereas New York Stock Exchange. So
it's true.
I don't think you can't do that.
I don't think I
mean, it's amazing, the news. A lot of some companies today, other ones, I can't remember. I think KW. There's a few others that the news is just that they're going to some one of the many S&Ps, like the small cap 600,
Yeah.
or one of the many ones, and a bunch of those happened today also. Interesting.
So
This is a day in which, in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I go through the upgrades and downgrades list pre-market, and there's this day and only one other probably in the last 3 to 4 weeks there actually been more upgrades than downgrades. Not a lot. I'm not an extensive list or anything, but
yeah.
I don't know what that means, but it's just after basically seeing a huge list of downgrades every day with a very sparse list of upgrades. It's kind of nice to see. Maybe the brokers.
It's amazing how the analysts do it. The market's falling, we'll downgrade everything. Market's rising, we'll upgrade everything.
Exactly.
I mean, analysts and weathermen, my two favorite jobs that I should have went for one of those jobs. You never have to.
The weather people are getting better. You got to admit, the weather people are getting better with all the balloons up there. All the balloons up there that are predicting weather better. I mean, that's all they were. They were just weather balloons. We all know that, right?
Absolutely. I'm going to go buy one myself. Keyshawn was saying for AM, if 1175 next resistance, I'd look 1230 here. I kind of see on the daily chart, if we clear above 11, I'd be looking at this candle right here from the 29th of November in 2021 is where I'd be looking left to right now. The open of that day was 1175. I mean, we can consider that, I suppose, but the top of that shadow or the bottom of the top of the body, I don't know what would be the preferred there. I know what Mr.
I mean,
Barry
if you look at the weekly chart, the next high is 1228. I sometimes now tend to think that if something has such a huge move on the daily, I start to look at the weekly chart when I can't see anything on the daily. So the next high on the weekly is that's in November of not last year. We were in 2023, Chris. Did you know that?
On occasion, I remember it, but it's not very often. And that is open, blast right through 11.
Yeah,
took exactly. Out 1120. It looks like. Yep, there it goes up 1130, 1137, 1140. Oh, that thing is on the march right now.
Just because of a move to NASDAQ.
Incredible. I mean, and what does that really even mean to the company? I mean, nothing. It means nothing to what they're producing for drugs or tests or whatever they do in the medical world here. I mean, some kind of biopharma.
Yeah, I guess I just figure it more exposure. I
suppose,
NASDAQ is kind of sexier than being on New York, I guess.
I mean,
that's what I think anyway. New York is kind of the old state exchange. NASDAQ's been around for so long, but
the NASDAQ's been around since the 70s, no?
Oh yeah. But New York's been around since the 1800s. Yeah. So I guess I think that's probably the reason. I don't know.
Absolutely. All right.
I don't try to analyze it.
That resolved you.
What's that?
Diagnosis had an issue. I think it was the external linking and not having use alternative method checked was causing him to get kind of a runaway effect when clicking on symbols.
Okay, my friend. I just took over the screen.
Excelente. I will make my way out of here. I've got a computer situation going on as usual. So
really? I'm amazed you do.
Well, I don't want to use my laptop anymore. It's really, when I'm traveling, it's great for when I'm traveling and I'm not trying to stream. Yeah. When I'm streaming, it's not wonderful to be on that. I was using my old PC and it was actually holding up very well right up until this morning when I started it and told me there was a memory failure. And
okay.
And that's that. So I think I'm just gonna go take a loan and buy a new computer completely. Best Buy always likes to finance things.
Yeah. All right, my friend.
There's nothing I'd rather do than buy a new computer. So, anyways, Barry, Godspeed to you, and I will talk to you later.
You bet.
Adios, everyone. Take care.
The rooms. Well, you had diamond hands, depending when. Now, it got up to 1190 and then dropped $1 just like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard, guys. I mean, somebody said, how do you trade these? It's very difficult. Yeah, I mean, these are things, this is sort of so emotional. I mean, I was just talking to Chris in a YouTube room about, I mean, the only news I can see on this is just that they're going to be moving from New York to NASDAQ, and I think on the 16th. That's the only actual news that I can see. So now, and I was, unfortunately, I was on my break. I was going to short Hertz on that break under 20. No, actually under the VWAP. Yeah, I was going to short Hertz if I had been around, probably just underneath that VWAP. And now this is underneath 20, and yeah, who knows where it's going. Another one that is only up because they say they're going to the S&P 600, mid cap 600. Still up 5%, but and the other one that I was just looking at is SRG. I think it's popped a little bit here, but it's come right back down. So I sort of discounted this one, thinking, how much more can it move? Well, guess what? SRG, we had the alert at 11:24. That's the time, and Eastern, and 11:33 was the price of the alert, and it got down before. I mean, straight down. I mean, this was straight down, no hiccups up to 1070 from 11:33 before it finally had a little bit of a pop. And you can see what it's doing. It's sitting right on the 200-day moving average, 1078. So my feeling now is if it can give up that 10, if it can give up this 200-day moving average a little bit more, I mean, when you look left, 10. I mean, it's got room down to 10. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on SRG to see what it does. Like what I'll do is I'll put an alert at 1071 and see if it takes it out later. And Azul is another one that I was looking at shorting. Again, these VWAP breaks, another VWAP break, 619. Unfortunately, all this sort of watching this LAZR. I had a big upgrade from JP Morgan to 20, price target of 20. But you know what? I mean, it's just weakening here. Again, it's too far down below that VWAP. Gotta see it at the VWAP and see what happens. But you look left and look at the room. It's got 916 is the next low looking left for LAZR, ZR. It's SYM. This showed up on one of my I guess it was on the momentum scan. Pretty tough. I mean, there's got some big bottoming tails. So I mean, that's the good thing. I mean, the sellers tried to knock it down. Just give me a moment. I knew I shouldn't have answered my phone, wanting my opinion on what I think of the minimum age requirement to purchase alcohol and tobacco. Tobacco, I would say the minimum should be 100 years old. Hertz just continues to inch its way down, guys. HTZ. Yeah, I just feel like I'm chasing it now, though, unfortunately. So I can't. I'm just going to have to back off. So TCRR, that's a buyout. So I wonder how dramatic will it be? TCRR, a merger. Well, now CMAX, right at 4. Aha, Dionysus. Talking to somebody in a comedian in our YouTube room. Oh, is this shortable? Wow, ARBE. This could be. What's the low here? 392, guys. This takes out 392. This is 330. It's the next low looking left for ARBE. This is a nice breakdown on the 15. Um, underneath 4. Yeah, so 392 is the next low looking left on the daily. So it's just basically there. I have to, I mean, this has got a lot of room underneath percentage wise. 330. 330 is the next low looking left. Let's see if there's any specific news on this one. March 2nd. So I had earnings on the 2nd. So obviously it's interesting because in advance of the earnings, it looked, well, I shouldn't say that. The day before, there was a sell off. But here's the reaction right there and just continuing down. Hmm. I see what you mean now, William. Okay. Being in an index does matter. Even these, I don't want to call them obscure, but some of these ones that are, the S&P mid cap 400. I'm not saying they're obscure, but I don't know how much weight they've got. Oof, almost made a rookie mistake. Well, they won't give me the ARBE. I sat there for, I don't know, 30 seconds at that 390 to try to short it, and they won't give it to me. It's down more than 10%. So we'll see if that's a good thing or not. Is that uptick rule? Well, yeah, but it's highly risky. But you're right. AMAM has room down to 9. I mean, there's probably some decent support right around 9. Here's an interesting one. LUXR. Not very much volume, but nice break on the 15s, nice break on the daily. This is not an all-time high, though you would think it is because it looks like it IPO'd here, but obviously had a symbol name change, or it was a SPAC that was much higher. The reason I know this is because the position in the lifetime range, it's about 50-50, 50%. So when you look at this weekly chart, you would think, well, how can that be? This must be an all-time high, but it is not. What is the uptick rule? The uptick rule is, this is a question from our YouTube room. So the uptick rule is this. Stock is down more than 10% for the day. Typically, if you want to, if assuming your broker has shares, available to short. So right now the bid ask is 390, 391. If this stock were, and also it's probably down 10% the day before, but I don't want to overcomplicate it. In a normal situation, if you wanted to short and your broker has shorts, you just go in at the bid and you usually get an instant fill. When a stock is down 10% or more, and I go in at the bid of 390, what has to happen? There has to be some action at 391. The ask, and I'm just looking. I don't see any. I don't see any action. Other action, in other words, some trades at 391, and then it goes, and then back to, and then there could be some orders coming at 390. The problem is that I could be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. So sometimes you'll hear me say that, I stuck a bid. I mean, it's still sitting at 390. I mean, it's possible I would have got filled, but I had my bid in at 390 for, I don't know, 20 seconds, 25 seconds, and no fill. So I just decided to say no go. So that is the uptick rule. So any stock that is down 10%, you may not get a fill immediately. Sometimes you do, but a lot of times you will not get a fill immediately. You go in at the bid. Now, the other thing is if a stock was down 10% the day before, the uptick rule is still in effect. And it would be in effect. I think the only way it gets taken off is once the stock goes positive for a day. I think that's the idea. Well, I get a little squeamish, I mean, if I go in a bid, I mean, that just is, well, the other thing, it's not moving. So, that actually tells me, why do I want to be in this? Well, it just moved down to 388. But why do I want to, excuse me, why do I want to be in this one if it's not going to move? I liked it, of course, because of all the root underneath. And you know what? Now it is starting to just penny by penny inch down. No, there's no smart profit. As you know, I don't, well, maybe you don't know, but profit targets to me are, the only thing I look at is getting it. Okay, this is starting to going to drive me crazy. ARBE is starting to inch down penny by penny. Yeah, I mean, I find that profit targets for me, as long as the stock has a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2 on a risk reward, then I start looking to see where that number is, and that's it. But I'm not calling that a profit target. I just have to know I can at least have a reasonable expectation of making a 1 for 2. So if I risk 20 cents, I have to be able to look at a chart and see that it could go 40 cents before it hits any sort of resistance that I would consider resistance. Other than that, I don't really consider profit targets at all. It's just It just gets me into a trade if I think I can make at least a 1 for 2. Now, again, just because I think I can make a 1 for 2 in a trade doesn't mean it's going to happen. But because when you think about it, even if there was an artificial way of putting in a smart profit, if you're in a trade, if you're in a trade, okay, let's say it hit, let's say we did have something called smart profit. Okay. What if you're in this trade and it hits that smart profit target? You get out? Why would you get out? Of course, if the trade is still working. So it's the same. I mean, it just because if I hit a 1 for 2 doesn't mean I get out there. It means okay, now let's see where it can go. So that's why I don't put targets so much. Stops, absolutely. All right, guys. I think I'll do my video now. At 2 o'clock, I'll be in this development meeting. They say it's the first Monday of the month. I think that's today. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm just going to put the note in here. Oops. And I can't wait to see how quickly this gets uploaded. Okay, guys, so I'll mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. And Pepe, that brought a tear to my eyes. I didn't even, it was like, if I closed my eyes and opened it, it was done. Amazing. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Pepe helped me immensely. I was complaining and whining about my upload speed, going from 900 down to 2. And all he told me to do was just buy this USB 3.0 to Ethernet adapter, plug it in, and boom, back up, 900 down, 900 up. Amazing. Now, if you can figure out why my fan goes crazy, if you can figure that one out, I send you the PC. I should. All right, guys. So let's see now what is happening. Let's see if I can find anything now. You know, the SRG, I just got a price alert for it. Let's see if it, yeah, the SRG. Are you kidding me? Don't believe it. I'm going to bow out. I'm not going to hang around. Look what it is. It's down 10.11%. I tried to short it at 1071, and I'm not getting the fill, the instant fill. I hung there for about 15 seconds, 20 seconds. You see, it's inching down now, 1070, 1071. I just, it's just a pitch down over 10%. AP, how about a gig? 1 gig. I'm all fibered up with 1 gig down, 1 gig up. BFRG, guys, BFRG. Little pop here over 4, I believe. Yeah, a little pop over 4. Next high looking left is 436. This is I'll call it, it's an AI play. That's what it's called, Todd. USB 3.0 to well, not Ethernet, Ethernet adapter, okay? Okay, guys, AM, trying to hold 10. This could get going again if it gets over at 1026, the high of the previous 15-minute candle. Okay, could get going again. I mean, it's hit what, 11, almost 12. A lot of shares available also to short for this AMAM. I'm surprised that there hasn't been more shorting on this. Well, maybe it started right there, but 1.2 million at Interactive Brokers. Okay, let's see some of these that won races earlier and see if they're pulling back to levels that might be interesting. Take a look at Snap. Yeah, I mean, look at Snap. Pull back to the VWAP 1178. You know, if that VWAP holds. My only issue with it is that it looks like there's quite a bit of resistance, just over 12. That would be my issue with it. Yeah, it is breaking out. BFRG is breaking out a little bit here. Yeah, no, I talked about it. Yeah, I got out of the trade with a little loss. It was in around 2040, I think, 2040. And when it got close to that level, I wanted it to break out. I'm sorry, I was in around 2042, and then it got back down to 2038, and that got me a little nervous, and then I took it out just underneath that. And then I said, yeah, maybe turn this into a short. Problem is, this was right when I was taking my break. Yeah, I broke down through the VWAP. 2012 was the VWAP. That was a key level. ARBE is just inching down penny by penny by penny. I did not get my fill at 390. Meanwhile, nothing's stopping this yet. Ooh, there's AMAM. There is AMAM right at that, what I call a pretty key level. Now, the high, that previous 15-minute candle. I mean, if you're going to take a trade like this, you really cannot take too many shares, okay? Because you're going to have to put a fairly wide stop, because this is so whippy. Even though, I mean, the float is 32 million. It's not like it's a crazy low float, but it's low enough that this is can be all over the place. Let me put that alert on again. The spread's not terrible, 1020, 1022. So it's not a terrible spread. Meanwhile, BLPH through 5. Wow. No, let's look left. Let's keep looking left. Okay, guys. Well, AMAM, really interesting level right now. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the overall market. So actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, got an hour and a half straight down. This candle hasn't finished yet, but an hour and a half straight down. Markets are all mildly positive. Indices, NAS, Dow, SPY, mildly positive, but it looks like we could get some negative territory. Oh, this is going to drive me crazy. ARBE continues just to inch down penny by penny by penny. 392 on the alert. Try to get it at 390. No go. Penny by penny. So, I mean, look at the room it's got. 330. I mean, that, from 390 to 330. I'm not saying it's getting to 330, but great percentage potential move. So AMAM is still kind of hanging around that area, has not really broken out. WBA, let's take a look at WBA from William, because the governor of California says Cali won't do business with them. No clue why. Won't do business with them. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? That's Walgreens, right? Isn't that's a big pharma in your country? WB, not pharma, but drugstore. Yeah, where are you getting that headline? Ah, yeah, look at Bumble. Holy smokes. Yeah, Bumble is just taking a header here. 2184. So underneath the whole number. Can I say come on too? It died. It's a super sensitive mic. All right, where could Bumble go? The next low looking left is 2158, I think. 2188, so it's below that. Then the next low looking left is 2158. So it's fairly close to that. If it can get through that, 2043. So this is a big area right now for BMBL. Ooh, here's an interesting one, guys. ASUR. Look at the low yesterday, 2 days ago, I guess on Thursday, around 13. So it's just underneath the whole number, and I always find those interesting. So underneath the whole number, had earnings on the 27th. So the reaction was on the 28th, right there. So actually it was good. The reaction was really good. I had a pop up, but starting to, drift down from it. Stop it. I keep hearing this grunt, grunt, grunt on ARBE. So anybody get it? Anybody was able to get it at a reasonable price on their short? Yeah, right. Real. Real doesn't believe me at all about whole numbers. Okay, guys, so the market is still drifting down. GNS, okay, genius, okay, genius, GNS. Well, got to get through that VWAP, 423. There's the VWAP right up, right on top of it. Haven't seen Unsee since really the pre-market. I know Shady was, I think he bought it maybe. Yeah, there it is through the, but I don't know where he bought it, if he did buy it. I know we talked about it really early. And it might have got stopped out though if he bought it in this 130 mark. But now it is through the VWAP. You're absolutely right, 129. Like to see some volume though. To see some volume come in. I mean, volume's not bad. I mean, don't get it 387,000 shares. So it's yeah, it just looks like it's not much in comparison to the previous volume bars. Still a lot of volume. 82 million shares, 9 million in the float. Do some quick math. That's about 9 times the float. So the high was 164. So I mean, it's got the what was the news on this one again? Oh yeah, so they had a $130 million financing, which did not slam it down. Was it that much? I think it was $130 million financing. There we go. There, now I see it. Up to, okay, up to $130 million financing to commercialize and launch their IND. Okay, so it's up to 130. So it's anywhere from $0 to 130 million. So I wonder what it really is going to be. Right, so this has got a bit of a bounce in it now. The BMBL, so as William said, so the financing was at 2280. So this is a dollar below the financing price. Look at the market though, continues to make its way down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So an hour and a half. And now the next 15-minute candle is also red. We are still hanging in, being positive, barely. All right, let's take a look at HYPR. Let's see what it is doing. Okay, interesting. Maybe if it gets through the VWAP, 178, 178. It did get up to 204. So takes out the VWAP. But look at the volume. There's no volume. And look at that 15-minute chart, and you see how the volume is just completely dwindled. So even if it took it out, unless it did it on some volume, it may not. It just may not keep going. Take a look at a Sewell, see if this has, okay, so it bounced off the stop that the AI put in there. Rhythm looks interesting. Let's take a look at RYTM. RYTM. All right, so interesting. So over the VWAP, 2141. So the VWAP looks like it held it. The 200-day moving average looked like it held it. Next high looking left is 2329. Had earnings on the first, obviously reaction not good. Well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, so on the first, I mean, there was a reaction kind of muted. The next day, though, definitely dropped. This is Friday. Oof, MLKN. Wow, didn't see this one at all. Look at this one, just all day long, MLKN. Only one little pause here, but no big giant green candle to get you out of the trade. And the next low looking left is 2239. Is that right? Maybe there's another one here, but this has earnings coming up in 3 weeks from now, March 22nd, 2.5 weeks from now. Let's take a look at Cala. Cala's been a bit of a disappointment. However, holding the VWAP 2129, so it held the VWAP, but very choppy, very really tough in my opinion. The only news I see on this one, I think that Wainwright put a $20, well, it's over 20 now, a $20 price target. It's the only news I can see on this KALA. Maybe it had some other news. I'm just not aware of it. Offering. When was the offering? I see Wedbush is okay. Wedbush reducing the target from 42 or from 47 to 42. That's right. This was the Wedbush one. This was the one that kind of got us all excited about anything coming out of Wedbush, I think, right? I think you probably know Todd, just from my whispering. All right, guys, so it is 5 to 2. I am going to be in this meeting. It usually starts a little early, so I have to get a link for it. Oh, oops. Oops. Okay. Well, one is working quite well now. Um, just waiting. I need a link for this meeting. Did we mention TRKA? I don't know. I think I recall somebody putting the symbol in, but oh, it's under $1. That's why I don't. Yeah, I think somebody might have mentioned it, but I don't. I just don't follow things under $1. But I think somebody else might have mentioned this one. In fact, I think I know who it was. It was Tank, who said he finally got out of this after holding it for three or 6 months. Okay, guys, I'm in this meeting now, so I'm going to All right, guys, I'm back. Well, it's funny. I picked the day that it didn't jump all over the place to not trade this one. STGW, it basically just, I mean, a little bit of a jog down, but basically been very, very steady up to that 9 level that I was kind of hoping would happen on Friday. But anyway, there's the STGW. UNCY just got halted downwards, guys, downward. A volatility halt downwards. Ooh, doesn't look like a good open either. 112, 112. What I'm looking at right there. So there's the halt for UNCY at 124. Projected open, but as you, well, you can see it is changed already back up to that 124 mark. Again, this blue box you see here, blue window you see here, this is from it is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales, Interactive Brokers. Boy, this ESPR, this showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown early, and now look at it, just basing, just at that VWAP, 501, just at the VWAP. Hard to believe it'll just stay right there all day. So why don't I do this? Put a bracket the alerts, 514 on the high side, and say 492 on the low side, and see if it breaks one way or the other. I still can't get over how many shorts are available for AM. Over 1 million shorts at Interactive Brokers. You know, Bumble BMBL gives up that 2158. There's room underneath down to 2040. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but so I'm just going to stick an alert around 2152 for BMBL. I wish this one had a little more room. MPAA. I wish this one didn't have all this stuff, like well, down to 11, but I think it's got some stuff at around 11:30. Stuff meaning a way, an area that it could stall it, because I'm obviously looking at this as a potential short. Or, I mean, there's the VWAP up. Well, can't see it, but it's about 1173. Yeah, sort of stuck in between. Whoa, SFR, I didn't realize it was halted. SFR was halted. Wow, what could happen here? So here's the potential now. So SFR halted at 228. Potential opening around 249 right there. Yeah, I can change, of course. If this is a 5-minute halt, what time will it open? 223.30, so 228 plus 30. Whoa, so this is definitely more than it's at least a 10-minute halt. So if it's going to open, that'll be 233 plus 30 seconds, which is about a minute from now. If it's going to be a 10-minute halt for SFR. Yeah, it is pretty low. You're right. The volume is pretty low, but who knows? Maybe it just picks up. Oh, it's a very low float, 13.7 million in the float. Back this out on the daily chart. Looks like the next high is about 288. All right. Yeah, 288 is the next high. So, I mean, it's got room. Volume came in a little bit. And there it opened, guys. Wow, open big. Very big. It opened very, wow. So that next high, 288. Any news on this one? I don't see any specific news on this one. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, because I was just looking at this 288. 288 is the high, and it got literally to 288. Got right to 288 before it stalled, but just no shorts for me. Yeah, so this SFR, I mean, amazing, isn't it? Right to the penny. I mean, literally right to the penny of that high. 288. There's no shorts for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. Okay, AMBC, AMBC. I'm back. Haven't seen this one for a while. 1639. It's too close. I wish it were more like 16. The next lows. SFR, guys. SFR. Look at this move now for SFR. Well, the volume picked up, Hall. The volume really picked up. Look at the volume that came in, 1 million shares. When we last, yeah, well, it was 300, it was a little over 300,000 shares. That volume right there, for whatever reason, cannot see the reason. No IB headline. And the float is 13 million, so that helps. Low float. What does CCC mean, Captain? What is that an acronym for? Upgrades to CCC? What does that mean? Ah, okay, thank you, thank you. Right, okay, AAA, okay, I got it. Thank you. Credit rating. So upgrades it to CCC from what? DDD? I mean, from what? By the way, I can thank that Ryan Cohen. He's the reason why Nordstrom's is shutting down all the Canadian stores. Who is, if you don't know, the chairman of GME. So a pox on you. I was out, last week's trade of the week was UNG. Let's see, I'm sure it's doing pretty well still. Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, interesting. I mean, you did well if you took it last week, you would have made some money. But I guess Boyle has also dropped down 14% today. Yeah. That's why I would, but you know what? You wake up to that too. I would never be holding this over over the weekend. Never, never, never. Unless you're in a, Williams area way down here and they're looking for the supreme long term. But Guys, one day, you know, s- there are people that just want to really incredibly overcomplicate trading. What is the trade of the week this week? It is Shopify, SHOP. It did trigger. How it's doing right now, I'm not sure. It did trigger. The trigger was 43.50. So a little bit underneath the trigger price, but it did trigger. Stop is, I think Steve said 40. Yikes. Well, you got to be so careful with these. I mean, look at this. It got up to 337, dropped right back down to 250. This is the SFR. No, yeah, still no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Just looking to see if anybody is covered. I don't see any covering. All right, guys, I'm going to be putting myself on mute in about 5 minutes. The room will be open until about 3:20. And so before I do that, though, just quickly go over my homepage. Whoops. Wrong link. Jeez. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, you will be, excuse me, brought to this page. It'll be at the top here. So again, if you want to take out a subscription, there is a promo code you can use, Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Please do the get started. Don't please do, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. Starts off with the download and then your first startup, etc., or first login and startup. Okay. Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading, this is a great course for you. Starts off with what is a stock. So seriously, if you're brand new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this Trading 101 created by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. You can sign up for my daily stock of the day video. Here is the trade of the week, free, delivered about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section is here. We have the user guide, etc. And here are my scans. Okay, so if you want my scans that I'm sharing, here they are. It's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. There's the momentum scan that I've talked about. These are the two races. These are the 10-day daily breakout and down, giving a really, really interesting ideas. Okay, so if you want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link. Then you'll use that link or that promo code. The room gets credit. I get some credit. This is a free room. Also, if you save my link, then you can look at my, my scans at any time you want. And of course, the education section. Oops. See you, Dak. Microsoft, right? Let's take a look at Microsoft. Haven't looked at Microsoft in a long time. MSFT. Yeah, look at that. Hugging the VWAP, just hugging it. 258.34, 258.34. So just a little bit underneath it. Yeah. Unisys continues to make another new low, UIS, another new low. I have a price alert set, I think right under 4. This would be an all-time low, I think, for Unisys, UIS. See what happens with this one tomorrow. Had earnings on the 22nd, it did not help at all. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute now. I am here, okay? So if you have any questions, don't be shy, ask. But I will put myself on mute, do a few things. In fact, maybe I'll take a look at that Discord on the web-based version as Pepe suggested. I'm not even sure how to get there, but that's okay. Oops, can't have that. Okay, guys, so on you. Again, don't be shy. If you have a question, please ask. Okay, so I guess I kind of got this going. This is what it looks like right now. So this is what I'd be used to. This must be so this is the web-based version, obviously. I don't know how to pop out the screen. Yes, I do. Okay, well, I guess in a pinch, I can do the web-based version. I don't know what the limitations are. It doesn't look like there's too many. Whoops. I'll try that, Pepe. Yeah, I'll see if that works after hours. Yeah, man, oh man, this GNLX, I've sort of seen it day after day after day after day. Look at this giant green candle now for it. See if there's any specific news for this one. I don't know if there is. It's a low float, 18 million. It doesn't trade very much. I mean, 337,000, that's it, which is about 3 times normal. But look at this giant green candle. I think this is a very spready one. 27.34, 27.79 right now. I don't see that it is halted. I don't think so. All right, everybody. I think that's about it for the rooms. Any questions? Any last minute questions? Again, I'll hang around if there are. If not, I think I'll shut the room down. All right. I don't see any questions. Oh, I don't know. TKRA. If it, I mean, you can watch it anytime. You know, like don't take from me just because I don't look at stocks under $1. That doesn't mean the rest of you shouldn't. TRK. That's just my personal preference. Okay. But let's take a look at it. Even if it took out $1. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on even at $1. Looking on that weekly chart. But hey, I mean, it has gone, yeah, from 16 cents to 75 cents in a month. Don't listen to me in terms of not taking stocks under $1. That's just my personal preference. Now it's halted. Now GNLX is halted. And it's hard to know. It says 27.57, 27.57. There's the halt at 28.15. So right now it's below the halt price. All right, everybody, it is now 3:20, so that is when I am going to shut her down. So have a great evening, everybody. And as always, give me my script in here. And as always, thanks for all the help all day long. Have a great evening. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And now the YouTubers. Same to you. Have a great evening, and we'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow.